Hello, everybody, and this is a high velocity television broadcast for the Circuit Cup Series Brickyard 400. My name is Christian Elgato, your producer and commentator here for High Velocity TV, and today I have Billy Martin in the booth with me, calling the race with me today. How you doing today, Billy?
I'm doing very well, and I'm very excited. Whoa, hang on to that. Not sure who that was, but very excited for this race. This is one of the big ones. We've been looking forward to it all season long. And, we had a tough race here in the Indy Series. I know I was out at turn one. It was ugly. I don't even want to talk about it. But Indy is a very difficult track. And every turn is different. And I think the best part about this race is it comes right after the Pocono race we just had. And the Pocono track, in some ways, is very similar to Indy. So I think you're going to kind of see the same setup. I think you're going to see the same cars being fast there as they are here. And it's going to be survival to the end. It's going to be a good one.
Oh, I definitely agree. Survival to the end and just maintaining the car is going to be a huge thing here as we see the 96, right on the back bumper of that 50, that 66, my apologies. And, doing an NIS these couple of weeks, doing a full length Brickyard 400, it's huge about being part of everything and having and having to keep the car clean, having to maintain 400 laps, 400 miles, my apology, not 400 laps. That would be insanity. 400 miles here is a long time here. So you have to worry about driving around your competitors clean, making sure you keep everybody else around you clean, and not making the enemies towards the end here.
Yeah, and if you're watching the broadcast, just to let you know, doing the Chastain here does not work. So I don't know what that guy's doing. Wait, I like that. I didn't see that card. We've got the 96 doing a couple of squirrelies down the back straightaway.
It's testing out how much that grass line works there. Let's see if we can.
Slows the cars down, but it does cause damage.
What Hamilton here in this 24 Valvoline machine trying to make laps here. And a huge thing you have to think about Indy is he's gonna get loose here out of turn 4, and he's gonna completely KO that left side. You're gonna have to think about is draft here, right? Drafting down these straightaways is gonna be huge, and it's gonna be something that's gonna be massive. Aero blocking, aero push, and just trying to get away from the guy in front of you is gonna be huge here. As we see the 69 of Caleb Tipman right here in that 69 Lowe's machine, trying to make some laps here with a little under a minute left in practice here. But once again, it's just gonna be about maintaining that car, being consistent. You see all these drivers, that bottom is going to be definitely the most preferred lane here, but you can make that top work as we will see as the race goes on, as they're going to go side by side at the start of this race.
The Uberman, he's been out there running very fast the last few races we've had and didn't get much practice in this race. He's had a tough time of late, and you know what? He needs to. Uberman, we're thinking about you, bud. And in situations like this that don't break us, they make us who we are. So go out, bounce back, and let's see you run out front like we know you can do tonight. So let's keep an eye on the Uberman. He's going to be fast. That man right there, Nick Vasquez. Are you ready for this? Nick won the Daytona 500 at the beginning of the year. He called the race at Talladega, and he won it. He called the race at Darlington, and he won it. Today, he said his car is extremely fast, and he's calling this race tonight. So we're going to see if he can come through again, and he's got to be, without a doubt, one of the favorites. Another coincidence, he had just come back from a suspension and won the Daytona 500. Well, he just finished up another suspension, and here we are at the Brickyard.
It can't be a coincidence that every time he calls these races, I've raced with Nick before, very, very fast driver, very confident driver in his abilities, and I think, that confidence shows in his driving, right? There's a reason why he's gotten suspended twice, is because he's very confident in what he does and how he drives. And, if he pisses the people off, I don't really think he cares. He's going to do what he thinks is best for himself. And, you got to give the tip of the hat. He's as you just said, Billy, he's called every race. And when he has, he's came out here and won it. So, I definitely look out for Nick to come out here and could definitely be competitive here. Always when I was here racing in the Cup Series back in the day, he was always competitive up there racing in the top five. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the same case here.
That wouldn't surprise anybody. And here's another guy to keep an eye out tonight, Zach Johnson. Zach is always fast. Wherever we go, he's fast. Hasn't had the best of luck lately, but he's always improving. Every race we go to, he always rips off some killer laps. We know he's fast. We know he can win. And, he's one of the guys that is also has to be one of the favorites to win this race tonight. I think it's going to be just who can keep clean and who's going to be there for the last 25 laps.
Exactly. I mean, you can be fast the first half of the race, the first 3/4 of the race, but if you're not there, with 20 to go, trying to make your car present as a race winner here, it's not going to matter, right? You have to keep the car clean, as we talked about in the pre-race, and you have to make sure that you can keep the car underneath you, right? I mean, you're going to see a lot of downshifting here, and one bad downshift and you're going to be eating that car right now. Zach P3 here on the charts. As let's go ahead and get Joe right here on his outlap. Now, Joe, I raced with him.
Right, he's.
Go ahead. I raced with Joe in another Cup Series, so I'm very familiar with the way Joe does. Joe's very clean, very consistent. I think he likes to set up that car for the long run, right? He's not going to be very aggressive here, but he will be, up there in the top 10 on these long runs. He's very consistent. Not, sometimes the speed isn't there for him, but he's very, very consistent and will always be up there. As long as you get those green flag runs, you always look for this 37 to be up there and just looking to be up there, maybe competing for that win there.
Yeah, now, Joe is a clean driver. I enjoy running with Joe, but I got to be honest with you. I'm kind of afraid of him. He's kind of like the intimidated me whenever we're in a race and I see him coming up behind me, which isn't very often, by the way. I'm usually chasing him. But I always get nervous, like, uh-oh, here he comes. I know he's going to get by me. And you try to fight him, and he's fast. He is. And, he can – you said he's fast and consistent, more consistent than fast. We all have our times in the race where we'll rip off about 10 really good laps. And – it's great. It's fun. It builds the ego. But nobody wins that way. It always wins by consistency. And, him and Corey Mott are guys that kind of save, and they're always towards the end. They kind of shine through. So this is the kind of race that might fall into his plate, into right on in front of him, right on his plate.
I definitely agree. With a long race like the Brickyard, I mean, it's definitely something that you have to look at for some of these drivers that maybe aren't the quickest, but they are consistent. They do keep their cars clean here, and you have to think like, hey, maybe this is kind of the racing they need, are these longer races to kind of eliminate some of those reckless drivers that are going to push and potentially damage their vehicle. Maybe this is the race that can put him in the books as a winner here in the Circle Cup Series. So, right now, Joe Gibson, I don't think he might have enough time to get the line here. It's going to be close here. Right now, Joe has not set a lap, so let's see. I don't know if he's going to get there in time. I don't think he will. Joe in that number 14 Home Depot machine. No, not going to get there in time.
There's a nice little golf course that I'm probably banned from because I'm that bad in golf. But I will say this, I believe it was 2015 at New Smyrna Speedway in Florida. It was just before Daytona. Bill Elliott told me that this track here, you don't have to be the fastest car. The drafting and getting through the short shoots and timing your pass on the straightaways is the most important thing about this race. So, Bill Elliott, I don't know if you remember him, but yeah, he used to drive race cars, and he's won here. So it'll be interesting to see who can get through the short shoots and who can set up that pass on the straightaway.
I definitely agree. And as we get ready to get this race under control, let's go again and get your starting lineup underway here. So Cody Porter, we did not get to see that qualifying lap, but he will start on the pole here for your Brickyard 400. Zack Saunders, very quick, as always. He too.
Yep, he is.
Stephen Charlie.
Next we have
Carlile.
Go ahead.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah. Stephen Carlile,
No,
third place with Caleb Tipton. He's going to be rounding out Euro 2.
Yeah, the Uberman. Oscar Jensen in the 45. He's running in the inside of row 3. And next to him is going to be the 38 of Xander Short.
All right. Starting your row 4 is going to be Zach Johnson on number 8 car. We talked about him being quick in practice here with Nathaniel Campbell in that 16 rounding out Euro 4.
Yeah, Nathan said that he didn't get much practice in this race yet. Initial Condor. This is a racetrack for him. He can get around this place. He's one of those drivers that can be very fast and he can be very consistent. His problem is he always gets caught up in something, so it'll be interesting to watch him. My pick of the race, I love this kid. I think he's a talented driver, and I'm waiting for him to win the race. Cody Leach in the 15 car. He's going to be on the outside.
Yeah, you should look at that 15 car to be competitive. Ben Larson going to start your row 6 with Henry Kalhoff rounding out that row 6.
Row 7, we have Thomas Wolfe, who's always fast, and next to him is Stephen Menke, who's always running in the front. So watch these two guys come forward.
Nick Vasquez, we talked about it also in qualifying. Look for him to drive up to the field here and be competitive up through the racer with Tyler Bellinger in that number 88, rounding out Euro 8.
Tommy Carroll Jr. in the 56 car. Next to him is Alan Phillips.
Row 10 is going to be Corey Mott, big boss man here, rounding out your row 10 here with Nick Cordova in that number 43.
Yeah, now, Corey Mott is a master at saving things, so he'll come forward. Ryan Taft, ready for tonight's race. Don't care where he starts, he's going to be okay. And as far as Stuart Harding Walker goes, he's been very fast. He's comfortable. He's ready to go.
All right, rounding out your row 12 is going to be Garth Griswold with Joe Wright. We talked about him in practice being very consistent. So, I mean, if we get a long run, look for him to be up there, up front.
Cameron Romano in the 55. He's going to start in the 13th row, and next to him is going to be Michael Deitch.
Michael always consistent. A big road course guy, but I'm not sure how competitive he's going to be here on the oval. Mason Hofner is going to be in the number 30. And Jonathan Ledger, a really nice guy, really consistent. Going to round out your row 14.
Jonathan made me a killer wrap. I cannot thank him enough for that, for my ARCA car. Super thank you to Jonathan. On the inside of row 15, Wyatt Sadler and Richard Cherry in the 27. I'm really surprised to see Cherry that far back because he's very fast.
Maybe not the qualifying lap he wants, but look for him to be up there towards the front.
Yep.
Vince Mitchell starting row 16. Ray Gill rounding out row 16 here. Look for that 66 to be up there.
The 99 of Justin Bell and Jim Mott, Papa Mott will be in the 77 in row 17.
Row 18, Noah Hamilton in that number 24, and Joe Gibbs rounding out your row 18. And that is going to be your starting lineup up there. And while we have a little bit of time here, let's look at your hot and cold here. Hot drivers right here. Justin Bell, I think he's in this race. Yes. says looking at this website, looking at the point stuff right now, on a hot streak right here, 2 top 15s in the last 2 starts. You know, he's on the up right here. Vince Mitchell, also on the hot here with Cody Porter. We talked about him. Your pole sitter has won 2 of his 4 starts. So starting on the pole, right where he needs to be. Look for him to be, you know, one of the favorites here to win this Crown Jewel event.
Absolutely one of the favorites here. And it seems as if the pace is already getting picked up. We're already getting ready to come around and go green. But this is a huge race for these guys. You know, it may be iRacing, but this is like the real deal to us. As the pace car's getting ready to turn down, we're getting ready to go green. There goes a pace car. Bring us to the green, buddy.
Green flag's out, and we are going to be green here at Indy. 165 laps. Here's the start of the Brickyard 400.
And if you look right off the bat, both planes got a great start. These guys are having a drag race going down the back straightaway, and they're going to be side by side going into the short shoot in turn 1.
And side by side.
Look at that on the outside.
You see the 69 of Caleb Tipton trying to fight on the outside there. But right now, 3 wide going into turn 3, it looks like, down this back long stretch. Is it going to stick? You know, I mean...
I hope. Yeah, there's absolutely no need. Oh, Tipton gets forced up into the wall. Hang on to it. Oh, no.
Yeah, Tipton up into the wall there.
Great job by those guys. Great job by those guys to not make that even worse. And that could have been a big wreck right there. That was close.
They're going up for the battle for the lead here. Zack Saunders trying to tail this 04 of Cody. You know, as we said before, the pole sitter, you know, track position is going to be huge here. I mean, yeah, the draft is a big thing here, but track position is huge here because, you know, you're going to see these guys fan out right here. As you see in the back here, Condor and everybody else back here fanning out, trying to make something work here. I think that was Cody Leach going out and making the pass through down the stretch. I mean, but track position is going to be key because the more side-by-side you do, especially on these straights, just the more you slow each other down. And then, as we already see, you know, there's already some little packs already starting to form here. It's only been 2 laps complete.
These aren't the Indy cars. These cars really aren't meant to race here. So it's a huge momentum track here. So if you're stuck behind a slow car or you miss your timing off it during a pass, it's going to back you up. Well, then you have to move forward, and they have to move forward without any momentum at all. So they have to rebuild that momentum. Hopefully they don't get run over from behind. It's a big deal to lose your momentum here. And now you're starting to see Porter pull away a little bit.
Yeah, Porter's starting to pull away here, but still battles in the back here. You know, all these guys trying to make up spots here. You know, maybe, as you see, like the 69 kind of got used up there, trying to make his way back up through the field, but you also see some of these guys in the back. Maybe did not qualify the way they want. Trying to make moves to try to get back up here right now. Single foul right now, but that's not going to be the case for a while, for a short time.
No, starting in the back, I think starting mid-pack is the worst. You want to be either in the front or in the back because there will be cautions. And usually when there's a caution here, it's not just 1 or 2 cars. It's a bunch of them. And it's a strategy play, and just like the tires and the fuel. So some of these guys are going to move up, and then you're going to see them at the very end there as well. You see the 29 and the 43 get together.
You see Nick Cordoba kind of get used up there, and he's going to fall back to there. And like I said, you lose that little bit of momentum. Look how many spots he's losing. Look how much momentum he lost. He lost, what, 4 or 5 spots there by just having to lift. And you see Nick Vasquez get underneath him, and he's going to make up and make that move there, and he's going to take over that spot from the 43. But, I mean, that's huge. I mean, that's, you know, a lap and a half, maybe 2 laps of work just gone in an instant.
Yeah. No, Nick Vasquez, I know every pass for him will be calculated here. So he's just going to pick off these guys one by one.
I see him opt to run the top here. I mean, like I said, bottom's the more optimal line, but I've definitely seen guys use the top to defend here. As you know, especially on these long runs, the tires are going to wear, the car's not going to drive right, and they're going to have to, and those cars are going to start to push up the track, and you're going to see guys use the top to kind of defend, they kind of force those guys at the bottom and to back out and make up spots that way.
And people have to remember that these aren't Indy cars, and they can run side by side through the corners here where the Indy cars is kind of like a whoa, hold on to that. But they make a bigger hole. Oh, as you see one car there loses momentum, and look who immediately right off the bat he falls and loses the spot because Nick Vasquez is there to capitalize on it. And I gotta be honest with you, he got a little kind of high there.
Yeah, Nick kind of ran a little bit high there, but took advantage of that 43. 43 is going to try to run the top here, but not going to work here. But back to your battle for the lead here. It's still, I mean, that 04 is starting to pull out a little bit here. You see Oscar Jensen actually get around Saunders here in that 45 Jordan car. Now up 3 spots from where he started. So trying to run down this 04.
He's just looking out there trying to get in the draft and just keep going. Now, as a race car driver, are you starting to save gas already, or are you just going to kind of go for it?
You know, I don't know if how much fuel that the league owners and the admins and the race control letting these guys have. Like 100% fuel, I'm pretty sure you get around 35 to 40 laps of fuel. So right now I wouldn't even really think about saving fuel right now. 160 laps, that's a long time. You know, maybe the last couple runs I would maybe consider if fuel saving can give you an advantage. I would definitely do that. But right now there's just not enough race that's been raced yet to even consider it right now. I think right now you got to get this track position up. You got to make some spots up, get in that draft, try to catch this leader, and then maybe consider, you know, if you don't want to push your stuff, maybe you could sit behind that leader, sit in that draft, and maybe you could save a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, as you look further back in the field, you see Campbell and Gill running side by side. And behind them is Vasquez, who just keeps moving up. And behind him is Vince Mitchell, behind the 22 car. And Vince is usually very fast as well. So don't be surprised when you see these guys in the back all being there towards the end. So a lot of these guys might be thinking just, survive to the end and then just come full bore.
You see, Vince is kind of in a good spot right here. I mean, he's got a gap, and I don't know if it's enough to say that he doesn't have clean air, but it's enough to where he can, cool those tires off and kind of, manage his pace right now. I think that's a huge thing that you have to think about is managing your pace. You cannot overdrive the car at the start here excited because, it's the Brickyard 400. Yeah, it's a huge event, but you cannot overdrive this car. You cannot heat up the tires because if you do, you're going to be in a world of hurt the last part of this run.
Without a doubt. And the thing about this place with these cars is you kind of want to hit the corners the exact same way. You want to get 2 tires just below that white line. But in an Indy car, you touch that rumble strip, it's all over for you. That's what happened to me. These cars, you can hit the rumble strip, and you're going to be okay. It's just going to kill your momentum.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge difference with the Indy cars and the stock cars. I mean, you have to muscle these things around compared to the Indy cars. I mean, the Indy cars also have their challenges, right? No power steering in those Indy cars, so you get sideways. You have to muscle that thing and save that thing. Compared to the rack and pinion pairing in these next gens, right? But like you said, I mean, with how heavy and boaty these next gens are compared to those, aerodynamic beasts of the IndyCar, you can't afford to get on the rumble strip. You can't afford to muscle this thing around. Versus the IndyCar, you have to be more nimble. You have to be more, consistent and way more, patient with the car.
Yeah, you definitely have to be on your marks. Missing your mark in this car is not going to kill you as much as it will there. So, but these guys now, they're just getting in the draft and They want to try to move up, but it is so difficult to pass here.
You see the number 3 of Ben Lawson underneath Nathaniel Campbell here for this number 18 spot right here. Just right inside the top 20 here. He's going to not get the job done here, and he's going to fall behind here. But you see a lot of these drivers start to get single file here, trying to figure out what their pace is right now. Like I said earlier, you just have to figure out what pace you want to run right now. Don't burn up those fresh Goodyears right now. I mean, 11 complete. Like I said, with 100% fuel, I know you can go about 35, 40 laps. So it's still a long ways to go, especially at this 2.5 mile track. You know, you got a long ways to go. So you got to manage this car. You have to make sure that you got enough juice to go for this whole fuel run.
I don't think we're going to see anybody pull off any 2 tires at this track. I think it's going to be 4 or none. So you never know. You might see somebody try it if there's a short caution or something, but rubber is a big deal here. You want fresh tires, because old tires are going to just slow you down. Those guys are going to gobble you up on fresher tires.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, the Indy's so abrasive, so long, right? And the corners are so unique. You know, this is the only track. This is why it's such a historic, such a unique venue here at Indianapolis, is because it's such a unique shape. You know, it's like a rectangle almost, if you want to call it that, right? Nothing shaped like this, and it just wears the tires completely different than, you know, like a 1.5 mile or a super speedway or a short track. So it's like you have to approach the track just completely different than really any other track that these Cup drivers are going to go to during their Cup season.
The only other tracks this size are like Daytona, Pocono, and Talladega, but Talladega and Daytona are nothing like this place. You can go a long time without tires at Daytona and Talladega, not so much here. And now we're starting to see these guys heating up the battle a little bit here further on in the pack. And I think a lot of these guys are trying to take off. And, you know, I'm a little surprised to see the fact that we're still green, but we already have people dropping out of the race.
Yeah, I mean, it's just sad to see that. You know, we have Joe Gibson, Jim Mott, Michael Deitch, Mason Hofner, Ryan Taft, and Justin Bell right now off the track. And hopefully, you know, they can get back in. But, I mean, it's a tough sight to see. 13 of 160, not that long into the race. We have, you know, over 5 cars that have, you know, put their car in the garage for some reason. And no caution, so hopefully...
Yeah, you know, and although we do have race control tonight, I was going to say, you know, maybe it was just one of those iRacing things, but I believe we have Gordon the Warden back into the control booth, and Gordon will not miss a yellow flag. So I know he's looking forward to being here for the next 3.5 hours doing race control down there.
And we're taking a look at your race pick here, Billy. Cody Leach up 5 spots up into the top 5. I just got around Zack Saunders, my apologies. And Zack has started to fall back. Remember, he was up in P2 at the start of this race, now outside the top 5. Do you think he maybe burned his stuff up? Do you think he's maybe trying to pace himself and he's going to let these guys go? Maybe he's going to get him on the backside of this run.
I can see him, unless he hit the wall and, you know, he has some damage or something that maybe he's slowing him down, or, you know, these are open setups. Maybe he made an adjustment that he shouldn't have. So don't count him out. You know, if the guy behind you is faster, let him by here. That's the important thing. You don't want to get run over.
You don't want to get run over, and you can't really afford to battle a lot here because it does give up so much time here. Because, you know, the only way you can kind of race each other on the streets is you have to side draft each other. When you side draft each other, I mean, for fans at home, I don't know that, right? When you side draft, all you're doing is taking the air away from the car, and it basically just slows you both down. And that not only, you know, makes the guys behind you catch up, but you also lose time to the leader. And that's not something you want to do this early in the race. You need, if you have the track position, you need to keep it. You need to try to, you know, come catch this 04 who is led every lap here, but he does have a little bit of pressure from this 45, starting to run him down a little bit.
Yeah, but you know what though? If he lets him by, then he's going to suck up behind him, and they're going to run the same pace. So it's not always that important to lead every single lap. But these guys are running some pretty fast laps, even though we've already been green. I don't even know how many laps already, but I have to be honest with you. I called that. I thought we were going to have a bunch of cautions at the beginning of this race, but we're going to go green all the way to the stage. It seems.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely what the outlook looks like right now. Everybody has been very cordial around each other, racing each other pretty clean. We saw a couple guys get used up a little bit, but nothing really bad. You know, we saw a couple guys get used up, got kind of put in the wall or forced to lift out, and it did cost them a couple of spots, but no wrecks, nothing egregious yet. But obviously, let's not eat our words here. But right now, it seems like everybody's racing pretty well here, and it's clean and green.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I just came back. Well, not come back, but I was put on probation for a couple of races because of my behavior, and there's been a lot of tempers lately inside the league on different leagues, and I lost my temper the other day and had my childish moment and got my spanking. But there was a bunch of us that got in trouble that race. Some races just get under your skin, and when things happen, you lose your temper. This race here, right now, these guys are flat out, not flat out around the track, but they're spreading out a little bit. You see a lot of side by side, way towards the back three wide there, but you're seeing most of these guys are running nose to tail, and they're just settling in, and that's what you want to do at this point in this race. I just want to cruise around as you see, whoa, the Uberman, and who's that on the inside of him?
Like the
Man, they
40
got
of
real
White
spoiled.
Sadler. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Uberman is dropping back a lot, and I don't know if he received some damage earlier or not from that wreck, and he's just hanging on to a caution. But he's fighting that car big time. He cannot keep it down low.
Well, yeah, it looks like he's tight on entry, loose on exit. I think Remember, um he did get used up at the start of the race too, and I think he might have tried to drive his way back up to the field now, and he's starting to see the the fruit of what he did right there. Car's not driving very well and everything else right there. So right now, 69 as you mentioned, not handling like he wants. But I got to give a huge shout out to Steven Menke right there. You saw it on the broadcast, 2 for 1 right there. Got around the 40 and the 69 as they were battling. Just went 3 wide. I was like, see ya. And now he's up into the P11 position.
Mankey is one of those fast drivers. Every track we've been to, he's been fast, but he's been bitten by the broadcaster's curse. And as you see, Stephen Mankey getting squarely right there. Wow, he's you're seeing that wheel turning to the right a little bit more, but he's a talented driver. He's a fast driver, and he's always at the end of a race, and this is definitely a race that I can see him winning. Drafting, a lot of speed, and this is also a technical racetrack, so keep an eye on him. He's moving forward.
Yeah, one thing
And
you really
he told me earlier too, in before the race, that he was feeling good here. So
no,
that's not
definitely.
a good sign.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's found a rhythm here as he's caught the back of this top 10 here. And another thing you have to think about is a huge advantage for this open set style Cup series is you can set your car up however the heck you want, right? You want it if you like a car that drives a little bit looser, you can do that. If you want the car to drive a little snug, you can do that. And you can see right now that I think Steven really has that car where he wants it. You see a bunch of people getting a little bit sideways off the exit here. You see him a little bit more upset on entry, which I feel like you can afford to do here, because the way the banking and the way that white line works, you can really kind of park the car if you need to, if you're unstable on entry. But you see a bunch of cars kind of hanging the back end out on exit here, but you see that 6 car pretty stable on exit here.
Yeah, you don't really gain much if you're slow off of a corner. So if you're entering a corner really good and it doesn't matter how good you enter the corner. You need to follow it up by coming off. And he is coming off the corners a lot better than most of those cars in front of him. So I think, once the gas load gets lighter and lighter, these guys are going to get faster and faster. So if you can drive a loose race car, you're going to be put through the test here.
A huge save by Cody, Tyler Bellinger there, not Cody. Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah, Tyler, had a huge. That car got super upset with him out of the corner and walked it all the way down to almost the inside wall there, and had to get it back up. Lost a couple spots there, but you see him back up on the racing surface, and he's gonna try to wrangle that car back in. That car is not handling the way he wants to right now.
I'd rather lose a couple of spots than cause a caution, and he almost had both there for a minute. A lot of these guys, a lot of this, nobody expected a long green flag run like this right out of the box, and the back end of these cars are getting lighter and lighter. That fuel is burning off. So now the back of the car is starting to drift around a little bit, and you see two cars right there, one of them diving into the pits. I didn't see who that was.
I think that's the 29 right there of Stuart Harding. I think he got upset, and I think he just made the decision, hey, I'm just going to come down. I don't think he wanted to. But that car was, on the, I don't think he could have got that car back on the racing surface without wrecking that thing. So he's going to come down, take 4 fresh tires, and do a little bit of an off strategy, I guess. I don't know if that was planned or not, but here he comes down pit road.
Well, you know what? It's really not a bad idea. I mean, how close? I can't see the lap counter on my screen right now. I'm not sure why, but there it is, lap 23 of 160. If you think about it, we're not that far from halfway the stage. So, or was the stage lap 30? I believe, right? Is lap 30? I can't remember now. I lost my notes. So, I mean, he's close enough to the stage where he's going to gain all that position in a couple of laps. And his tires are only going to be 6 laps old. So really not a bad strategy.
The stage is on lap 50, so we're only about halfway through this race, so they will have to pit during green flags before the stage is over. So honestly, not a bad... honestly, that's probably a planned pit stop, pitting right at halfway here.
Yep, that's right. It is lap 50. 100, and so I already can't remember. Everybody's been so excited for this race, and one guy, poor Austin Runkle, he can't be here tonight. He's working, and now you're starting to see the cars come into the pits.
See Oscar down pit road here pitting from P2 here. I mean it's pretty evident right here. Pitting halfway through, gonna cut this stage in half right here, 25 and 25. Looking at it, stages are at 25 and 100, so we'll get a planned caution at lap 50, and we'll get a planned caution at lap 100.
But these guys are coming off of turn 4, hardcore, and then they're diving right into the pits. I don't know how they're keeping control of the car, because I know I cannot enter the pits that fast. That's why I'm in the broadcast booth and not in the race. And now you're starting to see the 4 peel off, and look at him come down. There you go. He's locking up the brakes, and we're seeing a lot of tire smoke. And these guys are flying off to that corner. So this is why this is the A-Cup series. These guys are the best of what we got. And right now, they're kicking some butt. And look who's in the 5th spot right now. My buddy, Mr. Cody Leach.
Cody right now pitting right now, but right now in the P5 spot right here. But you see pit road, a very busy place here at Indy.
And this is exactly halfway to the caution. So if they go green now to the next caution flag at lap 50, that's going to be a huge, huge benefit to the guys that really don't like the longer runs, the longer races. It's a long time being in your setup for 4 hours or 3 hours, whatever it is. So you start clicking off a bunch of laps like this, it's going to change the way people race. It's going to change the strategy. It's going to change everything.
No, I definitely agree. I mean, and I'm not surprised seeing Zach right here staying out. You know, I think he's always been kind of a driver who's wanted to do the different strategy to put himself in a different position here to make something happen here, and that's why he's out here leading this race. You got Vince Mitchell back here in the P2 spot, Justin Bell, Ryan Taft back in the race, and fourth. So a great recovery for him. I mean, right now has not came down pit road. My former team owners, ooh, huge catch by him.
Wow.
But yeah, you're probably gonna see that 86 down pit road anytime here.
Yeah, if he doesn't need tires, I think he's gonna need a new driver's suit, because I think he just had a moment right there. That was a wow. That was a good one. Yeah, you can already see him slowing down, and no,
he
keeps going.
He's going to keep that car out there, and he's going to keep fighting for another day here. As we have a caution.
Oh, wow. What a break for him.
So we're going to go ahead and see where we can find here. It looks like this 38's pretty slow here. See if he can show us where the caution is here.
Looks like he just went in the corner a little bit too hot and it came up, and the 29 and the 35 really had nowhere to go. And I don't know who that red car is, but he ought to buy a lottery ticket. Well, he did touch the wall there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, what a avoidance by. I think that's Jim Mott there in that 77. Old Pops right there making evasive moves, and what an avoidance by him. But yeah, looks like just a little bit overdrove the corner a little bit, and nowhere to go for this 35. You know, and you gotta feel bad for some of these guys. You know, nowhere to go.
Whoa. Roll that through a little bit more. Keep going. Is that the leaders coming through behind this wreck?
It could have been.
Watch how close this comes to the leaders. As the Taco Bell 38. Oh,
yeah, you see the 04 right here. You're gonna see him on the right side of your screen here. Let's see if we can grab him.
Yeah.
Right here. He's driving through the wreck right here. So let's actually go on board with your I would say without the caution. Let's see, he would have retaken the lead here. Let's right on board with your 04 of Cody Porter here. See, he sneaks by here. And I don't think that's what Cody wanted to see. I mean, he was definitely the fastest car right here. Wanted to see this green flag run go out, but no. I guess fate said otherwise. So Zack Saunders is gonna basically get a free pit stop here, and that's exactly what Zach wanted to see.
Yeah, that strategy kind of played out a little bit for him, and he also has more fuel now too. So without a doubt, he can make it to the next caution flag, which should be the end of the stage. But cautions bring cautions, so may not be true tonight, hopefully, but it's lap 30. We've been lucky so far.
Yeah, I kind of stumbled over my words. That's exactly what Zach did not want to see, was a caution right there, because, you know, he got caught out, and now, you know, he had to come down. Everybody else paid. They're not going to come back down and take another set of tires. Now he's back to 18th after, you know, trying to stay out, do a different strategy. Back to 18th now for that number 91 car. Now we obviously know that Zach's a quick driver. Very clean, very patient. So I don't think he's out of it, obviously. 30 of 160, still a long ways to go here. But definitely disappointed for that number 91.
that would have worked out for him if we were on a short track or a shorter track, because he would have gotten a lap on the field. This is Indy, so big difference. He didn't get a lap on the field. And right now, 5th spot in that number 15 car, Cody Leach.
Yeah, Cody's been up here in the top 5, top 10 conversation all race. You know, started in 10th, but made up 5 spots here. You know, Wyatt Sadler up 27 spots up there in that P2 spot. So what a recovery for that driver. You know, we talked about him being quick in practice. We talked about him being a contender in qualifying, and he's showing it right now, up 27 spots.
Yeah. I mean, at Indy without crashing, without yellow flags too. So that's even more impressive. It's a lot easier to gain position when you stay out for cautions and things like that. This has been green flag laps that he gained all those positions on. So I think his car might be okay.
Yeah, I mean, see him in that Elliott Sadler Esports machine. I mean, you know, just being a part of that, you know, that just shows the talent this young driver has. You know, Elliott Sadler Esports, obviously Coke Series program, right? So you know, you see the likes of Braden Movick and all those types of drivers, very talented individuals, you know, racing for Elliott Sadler there. So just having that banner on your name really just shows a lot of what he's made of right there. So
it's good to see a lot of these guys kind of moving up. And another car I just saw a glimpse of in 12th position, the 22, Nick Vasquez, already up to 12th. In front of him is Corey Mott, who has kind of snuck up there as well. So seeing these guys kind of just they've been racing pretty hard if they're already up that close to the field from starting where they started from.
Corey Mott up to P9, up 10 spots here. So you know, look at Corey to maybe make some noise here, coming towards the end of this stage here. But you know, coming in 3 and 4 here, pace car, the lights on the pace car are off, so we'll be going green around here, and I think we'll be going what 20 laps to go here in this stage here. So you're gonna definitely see some exciting racing at fans at home. So all right, fans, pace car's off.
There we go, coming down the straightaway, getting ready to get to the Geico flag. Barney's got the weapon of choice in hand, and we're getting ready. There it is, green flag, the first restart of the race. We got a huge group of field coming down here side by side into turn 1. Let's see if they can make it through clean. Right now you have the 4 car of Porter out front over Sadler. Those guys are racing really hard right off the bat. 7, Carlile is making a couple of moves. He's trying to go on the inside and get another spot on this restart.
Cody Leach on the inside for that 3rd place spot here, and you see the 45 already taking over that P2 spot. Xander Short in that P5 spot, also looking to get around these drivers here, with Steven Carlile running up in that P6 spot.
Further back of the field, you see some of these guys going 3 and 4 wide. Carroll and Ledger going side by side, going at it. These guys are humming. Their lap times are so much faster now that they all have new tires, and they're certainly handling a lot better. Unlike a fixed series, these guys can make adjustments to their car while they're in the pits. And I don't know who that was, but they just did a Houdini back there. Oh, there they go again.
There's a huge stack up right there as we see the 45 back in P2. Cody Leach up to P3. So, you know, as you said, look for him. He's already up here in this podium spot, trying to make up some stage points here. Xander Short up to P4 here, and trying to find a way around this 15.
Cody Leach impressed me at the beginning of the year. We went inside his car, and he was very smooth on and off the throttle. His timing was near perfect every single lap. His marks that he was hitting were perfect. Very consistent driver. He's dedicated. He practices. He goes for it. I've been waiting for him to come through this year with a win. He will win a race by the end of the year.
He just needs a breakthrough with that number 15 car. Right now, getting pressured by that 38 though, and now here comes the 40 car 3 wide into turn 2.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm closing my eyes.
40 car not going to be clear here, and the 38's going to make the move for third. Caution!
Wow, I am surprised that wasn't the caution. 3 wide through the short chute on lap 34. That's a little unnecessary this early in the race. I'm sorry. Give up the position. Not sure what happened in the back of the pack.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out. Oh, there it
Oh,
is
there it
back
is right
here.
there.
I
Out
think
of the
that's
corner.
I think that's Noah Hamilton making contact with the
Oh,
wall. It's Noah and Ryan Taft right here making contact with the wall, and it looks like
Ryan Taft. Yeah, it looks like Taft came off the wall and got into the side of the Oreo car and sent him inside. Oh,
it looks like Joe. I think just Joe could not check up in time
yeah.
to anticipate both cars, not just Ryan, but Ryan and Noah getting in the wall there. Hits the back end, and the way that these next gens work is if you,
Oh, stay off the wall. Stay
if
off
it,
the wall.
and
Oh.
I think he alt forward. I think he alt forward. I mean, it's a smart choice, you know. If you really think that's what you need to do, then then do it. I mean, that might have saved his race right there, because if he doesn't alt forward, I mean that car is done for right there. So I think definitely an alt forward was put out there, but definitely nothing he did wrong there. Just Ryan and the car in front of him just getting a little tight, getting up into the outside wall, and nowhere for that 37 to go.
Well, I'll tell you what. I just learned something. I never heard that Alt F4 trick before, so maybe that's something I'm going to look into next race, because that and fast repairs are my 2 favorite things in life. And look at those 2 cars in the front. Is there a beef going on there with those 2 cars? Or are they just kind of saying hello to each other?
Yeah, I think that's maybe just a little gentle hi. I'm here. Uh, but I wouldn't see a reason for there to be any disagreements with those two. Been racing up front, very clean and green. I think they're just giving a little. Maybe Oscar's trying to help that 04 save some fuel.
Yeah, I have a feeling that those 2 are in a Discord together, laughing their butts off right now. They're having some fun out there, that's for sure.
Having some fun, leading the race here. 36 of 160 complete here, and you got to think, these guys have to be confident right now in what their cars are doing.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I'm the guy behind them, I don't like what I'm seeing, and I'll tell you why. If they're goofing off in the front of the pack like that, that means they're loose. They're not tense. They're relaxed. They're ready to go racing. So, as as we see it continue, is there a beef? I mean, what's going on? We got to find out. Are either one of these guys in a room we can pull up here real quick?
Let's see if we can find any of these drivers here. I don't think I see him in a room in here, so no, I don't think we'll be able to talk to either of these drivers. I think they're teasing us on the broadcast, trying to get our feelings up.
Yeah, they're definitely goofing around, because excuse me, the 04 would not put up with that many times. So I have a feeling these guys are just goofing around, having fun
I mean,
together.
if I was 04, I'd be like dumping the clutch, trying to save some fuel. If I'm getting pushes that much, I mean, I'd be
Why
taking
not?
advantage. I'd be taking advantage of that. So, but yeah, I mean, 04, 45, even that Wyatt getting back up in the P3 spot here. I would say this top 5 looks very competitive. You see the 8 of Zach Johnson. We talked about him in practice. Up to staying at P7 right here. We know he's going to be quick. So you see kind of the guys we expect to run up here, running up front.
But I'll tell you what, we have a lot of fast cars all the way back to the top 20. So some of these guys have moved up and fallen back already, or they've had a mishap. But there are a lot of fast drivers still deep in the pack. Now, usually by this time in Indy, especially with the green flag run we had, the cream of the crop has kind of moved forward. And if you look at that top 10, that's a pretty competitive top 10. And look who's just outside of it is Corey Mott. Well, Corey Mott's actually 10th, but you got Phillips behind him. Gill is fast. You got Mitchell who's fast. Campbell, those four guys right there in the top 15 are extremely fast guys.
No, yeah, I mean, you gotta kind of put a blanket over like maybe the top 12, the top 14, 15 right there. These every single one of these guys is competitive and can be up here running up front right now. These guys, but the cases right now that just the guys up here in front just have the track position, and they can take advantage of that. Some of these other guys have the speed to get back up to the field. You look at like a Zack Saunders, was up here running in the second spot, but right now mired back in traffic. He just needs to be patient. He needs to get a couple of green flag runs to be able to take advantage of that speed and get back up to the field.
Yeah, and you know who'd be? I almost feel bad for him. Is poor Austin just couldn't be here for this race, and he just shows he's just not dedicated to being a full-time broadcaster producer. If he's gonna miss the biggest race that takes place just so close to his home. And of course I'm kidding, but I'm going to rub it in all week long because he was so mad he's going to miss this race. Pit car comes down pit road. Take us to the green flag, buddy. We're getting close to that Geico start zone.
You're going to see the 04 getting the Geico restart zone, and he's going to lead us to green here. Green flag back in the air here at Indy. See a good...
Got the drag strip, and he got a great jump there. The first time we've seen that tonight. He's got a 3-car lead going into turn 1. Very comfortable for him. He doesn't have to worry about anybody on the outside of him. But if you get right back behind him, they're already too wide for the next 4 spots.
And you read my mind. A great jump by that 04 car. And I mean, it clears both lanes. And like I said, battle for second here between the 40 and the 45. You see some contact between the 15 and the 38. 3 wide going into turn 3 here. Who's going to prevail?
Oh, hopefully somebody backs out because that's just not going to work. Get off that wall.
Man. Still touching and doing each other coming into 4. 45 is going to take the ladder, and he's going to have to lift out of that. Cody Leach is going to take over that P3 spot, but look at that. 4 wide back there for the top 10.
Now, obviously what this is telling us, you see some blocking further on back in the field, but this tells me that it's very difficult to pass. So these guys are going for it on these restarts. And did I just see 4 wide going into turn 1?
Yeah, it looks about 3-4 wide back there. And look at that 45 car. Back to P12, started P2, got shot out of a cannon, and now back in P12.
Yeah, he's moving forward. I think he's got a great car. You see 3 wide again going into turn 3 there, and man, I keep telling you I haven't said it since the beginning of the race, but each corner here is different, and I don't know how those guys are making it 2 wide coming into turn 3. Turn 3 to me, for some reason, it feels like the thinnest corner. And it's a place where I have trouble. And those guys, is that Corey Mott, those 2 guys were almost touching each other going through that corner. And I think Corey backed out a little bit and lost a little momentum.
I mean, you got to...
that's not Corey. That's the 94. I'm sorry, that's not Corey Mott.
I mean, despite who it is, you can see a lot of respect here. You see a lot of people, even when they are racing side by side, 3-4 wide, you see a lot of respect. You see a lot of room given to make sure no wrecking happens here. So you love to see that. You see Xander Short taking over this P3 spot. Cody Leach, back to 4th, but battle for P5 here with Thomas Wolfe, Steven Charles, and Zach Johnson battling it out for that P5 spot.
Yeah, these guys are going for it early.
And now everybody trying to get single file once again. I think everybody kind of found where they want to run, and now are trying to settle in. You see 2 wide back here, Corey Mott, Alan Phillips, Ray Gill, Nick Vasquez. Right here, battling for this top 10 spot. Ooh, That's close right there.
I can't even watch this right now. And now you're starting to see guys get squirrely in the back of the pack. I don't know why we're racing like this on lap 41, but if this continues, it's going to lead to a big one.
Ooh. Oh,
And
there's a wreck in
there
the
it
back
is
right here.
there. I spoke too soon. Oh boy, another caution coming out, and this is going to collect a few cars. Is that the 91?
I think that's the 91 of Zack Saunders that got collected in that. And it is. I don't see a lot of damage on that car, but definitely not what he wanted to see there. Let's go back and take a look and see what happened here. I just think I think this all started with that one of Corey Mott. Let's see if we can find his car here. It looks like he got shipped by the 5 car. Let's take a look back here. It looks like he kind of got moved up by this by the 5. I mean, yeah, by the 5 car, and it kind of sent him up the track. Had to back out, and see if we can find Corey right here. There he is, and it just caused an accordion effect. And I think the guys on his inside trying to give him room, thinking he was gonna bounce off the wall. You see the 6 of Stephen Menke right here. Just you can't. That's 5 wide going out of turn 2 right there. That's not gonna work.
No. Wow.
Wow. I mean, that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what everybody was thinking through all that, but yeah, just 5 wide is not gonna work really at any part of the track. Maybe down the front backstretch, but besides that, I mean, there's no really feasible way to say that. That's just not what you need to be doing here. You see,
let's you know what? Let's go do a replay on that, but go in the in-car camera to the car that is towards the back.
Let's see if we can.
Let's see exactly what that looked like.
If we can go on board with maybe, I think probably the 91 had a good shot of that. Let's see if we can go on board with Zack Saunders here. We can find his car here. There he is, Zack, right here. Right, he was all in the mess here. Let's ride on board with him to see what he saw here.
Oh no. Oh boy.
There's nowhere to go for that car.
Yeah, you know what? It kind of looked like, I don't think anybody intended to make that 5 wide like that. It looked like somebody, Corey Mott, another car, got way up high, and everybody kind of backed out so they didn't kind of collide. And everybody else is just carrying so much speed into the corner, they just can't slow up in time.
Yeah, it just kind of looks like, it looks like that 55 backs out. He's like, oh, I got to give him room. And then it's like the 96 backs out. I got to give him room. And then it's just everybody's trying to fill that hole. And it's just not going to work. That's not going to work when, at here at least. And you see the 96 kind of get up into the 6 car there. And then this Zach's just along for the ride here.
You know, the thing is just, it happens so fast, and it's not like you can slam on the brakes. If you slam on the brakes, the way the cars are set up, it's going to make the car spin, or it's going to be very difficult to control. And that just happened so fast, and still very hard racing a little bit early in this race, and that just took out a couple of contenders.
Yeah, I don't think anybody got that big of damage, but it's definitely a huge setback. Going, we're probably going to be five to go to the stage here, and obviously stage points going to be very important here. Need those precious stage points. And I wouldn't say really a stage win was really in the mark for those drivers back in fighting for a top 10 here. I think. Yeah, but they were definitely battling for that top 10 to maybe get a couple stage points if they could have made up those spots. But yeah, I mean, definitely a huge setback for some of the drivers, but honestly I didn't see a lot of damage for a lot of those guys, so hopefully they can get those cars fixed, get back on the racetrack, and a lot of competitive cars there, so hopefully they can get up there and hopefully be competitive still.
I'll tell you what. Let's show the folks at home what it's like. Let's go back to who's that white car in the 90s, at the 95, the 94. Let's go inside the 94 on this restart and just let it go, let it play through. And this will be the turn it up portion of the race. Let's show the folks at home what it's like to restart at Indy in the middle of the beehive. He's starting in what is that, the 8th spot?
I think he's starting in
fifth spot.
Yeah, P5 right here.
Sorry.
Yeah, now that's a great idea, Billy. Yeah, you're kind of read my mind there. We're gonna on this restart, we're gonna do a good old fashioned style HVTV, crank it up here. Go on board with the 94, get some nice, good camera shots for you guys, and you can really see the speed that these cup cars are gonna make here. But first, we got to get to this restart here first. You see the lights on the pace car are off, so we're gonna see pace car go off here. And we're gonna sit back, shut up, and we're gonna let the sounds speak for themselves. Good old fashioned crank it up. You love to see it. You saw almost a huge wreck there during that crank it up. Xander short. Huge mistake there. You saw a huge checkup there, but looks like everybody kept it clean and green here. But what a drive by those drivers to keep it off each other, as we have some pretty good racing back here for this top 15.
It's really crazy that didn't turn into something huge. Those cars just stacked up so far. That could not have happened at the worst spot in the racetrack, at pretty much the worst time in the race on a restart. It backed up about 7 cars straight, and we're really lucky that they didn't just plow into each other and bring out another caution flag. But now, if you look up front, you're starting to see a little bit more of a heated battle in that top 5 position area. These guys, or the top 3 rather, you got second and third really going at it. And if you look back on 4th, 5th, 6th there, these guys have been going 2 and 3 wide since we went green flag. And look who it is. It's the 22 of Nick Vasquez. If you remember, Nick called this race. He thinks he's got what it takes to win here tonight. And you have to give him credit. Every time he said it, he's won the race. He's not being cocky. He can back it up. He's confident. He's going to be in victory lane tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Nick's definitely showing that he means business right here, sitting here in P4 right now. But he does have a rear end full of Xander Short, trying to get back to him. You see Alan Phillips back there in 6th, and Zach Johnson sitting in 7th, like he has basically all race here, being Mr. Consistent here. But 2 to go here, I believe. Here, I don't know if the caution will come out at the completion of lap 50 or at lap 50, but
it comes out with a top the top 10 gets through, and whoa, we almost just had two guys touching right there in the corner, and that's never a good thing here. But look at how much momentum he lost there. The car behind him immediately went side by side. Not going to beat him to the start finish line, though.
Yeah, Alan Phillips, huge contact with that 38. It's gonna, give the 8 here of Zach Johnson an opportunity to maybe make this pass for P6. One more stage point here for this car, but as they're doing that, you see Corey Mott, Nick Cordova starting to make their faces known here for this top 10.
Nick Cordova. Whoa! Who was that?
That's Cody Leach. Cody Leach.
Oh, no.
Getting spun around here, and that's gonna cause the caution and the end of the stage here.
Still no caution yet. Did the caution go? Oh, it did come out. I'm sorry.
Caution did come out here. Let's take a look and see what happened here to Cody. See the 66 right here, right behind them. Go far chase to see what happened here.
Ooh, was that possibly a little net code when they got side by side? No, let's take a look. Comes off the corner, gets the draft.
I think Gil just wanted to try to side draft him, and yeah, a little bit of net code there. And it's gonna send that 15 car around. That's terrible, man. Terrible luck for that 15 running up front, running up in the top 10 basically the whole race, and that was up to iRacing's fate whether he got spun out or not. And Sim thought oh my god, Sim thought that those contact made were great avoidance by everybody else to get around him without making contact. So that could have been bad, him spinning in front of the field right there.
Yeah, that made a lot of people nervous, and that was one of those incidents that that wasn't. I seriously doubt he meant to spin him this early in the race. You know what I mean? It's if that was the last lap would be one thing, but I mean that was obviously he just trying to side draft and got a little bit too close, and I think maybe a little bit of net code possibly, and that's what happens. It's it's a little bit too early to race that hard coming off the corner and getting that close to somebody. Yeah, position's important, but there's better ways to get it because now he's probably going to get an EOL for that. So we're going to have to see what Gordon the Warden says, and wouldn't be surprised if you see him to the end of the line.
Yeah, and with that caution, Cody Porter's gonna win your stage here, and you're gonna see everybody down pit road here. You see a nice close-up shot of him taking those good, fresh Goodyear tires, topping off on fuel. Looks like no damage on that car, so no damage fixed, but you might be seeing him making some adjustments, maybe a track bar adjustment or something, get that car to drive the way he wants, and he's gonna win the race off pit road.
Yeah, he made it look easy, didn't he? And Corey Porter, let's face it, he's pretty much had control of this race since the green flag. I mean, he went down to second a little bit, but he came right back forward, and extremely fast. But I don't believe he's eligible for the championship. I believe he joined the league a little bit too late, but he is extremely fast, and I think winning at this race is. Yeah, I think winning this race coming into this league as late as he did is going to be a lot more of a win for him than maybe some other tracks. I mean, this is Indy. This is a big deal.
I mean, this is one of the crown jewel events of this Circuit Cup Series, so you have to think about, I'm not in the playoffs, so that's all he is racing for wins, right? If he's not eligible to race for this championship, that's all he's doing is racing for trophies. You think about like what SVG did last year. Came and did a couple one-off races and just ran for wins, right? You see a lot of that, like the Jensen Buttons and stuff like that. Also, Jensen Button, all those IMSA drivers that came in here, they'll come in here racing for wins, and that's it. They're not racing for a championship. They don't got nothing to lose. So, and I think that's the mentality that Cody has coming in this race. But not going to have the race lead here. We have a couple of folks that stayed out. Mason Hofner, Ryan Taft, Steven Carlile, Zack Saunders gonna be your top four, and they did not come down pit road. Jim Mott also decided to stay
Oof.
out here.
You know, these guys have been way in the back of the pack all night long. I don't know how old their tires are, but this could be a very dangerous situation for
Zach's,
those guys who
yeah,
are back sixth and seventh and fifth and all that area.
yep. I think Steven and Zach should be fine. It says they have 9 laps on those tires, so not that
Okay.
much laps. But Ryan Taft and Mason, 22 and 16 laps respectively on those tires. So definitely got a little bit of wear on those things. So we'll
Yeah.
see if they can keep it up there. Hopefully they don't get ran over here. But you're gonna see
Yeah.
Mason and that number 30 car. He's gonna lead us to green here.
The difference between fresh tires and 22 lap tires, more than a half a second on the racetrack.
What do you think about it? Like, you think maybe at a short track, 22, not that bad. Mile and a half, you're pushing it, but this is 2.5 miles. This is Daytona length. This is Talladega length. This is a massive racetrack that we're here at Indianapolis. And 22 laps, that is a long time on those tires. So, compared to someone who just came out with freshies, I'm very interested to see what's going to happen with these front two.
Yeah, yeah, this is oh, I'm holding my breath. And the lights are still on the pace car. Do we have one more lap to green?
Looks like the lights just come off right here, so we will be going green this time.
All right.
I believe. Let's see if this pace car comes off here. We will. We're gonna hand this race back over to Barney, and he's gonna have the go flag here.
Getting ready for Barney. They're already in the Geico zone. They're already going green. There goes Barney, and the 04 gets another good jump, and it looked like the car behind him was pushing him forward, and he's going to take over second. The 7 car, Carlile, pushed the 04 car, and they came up and took the lead. And now they're running side by side, almost 3 wide behind them.
They still have the 30 here leading. But I don't think he's going to be there for very long. You see the 04 actually.
Oh, 30, I apologize.
Yeah, the 04 actually did not have the best start here. He's going to lose a couple spots here. And you see Nick Vasquez. He's going to. Oh, I thought he was looking for here. No, he backed out, trying to be patient here. And now you see that 30 car is starting to get eaten up by these fresher Goodyear tires.
Yeah, and you know what? This is getting dangerous because you don't want to be out there with these guys on old tires. He's hoping for a quick caution, but he might be the caution. And now these guys are getting squirrely all over the place. And look on the bottom line, Nick Vasquez getting pushed from behind by the 04 car. They are working together to try to move up. And you see one car way up into the wall.
That's the 30 right there of Mason right there, and I mean you can see right there that those tires, I mean, are not wanting to get up and get up and hot again. Those things are done for, and you're gonna see him probably drop very quickly through the back here. I mean, you had to try something, I guess, if you're in the back, but I don't think that was the move of the race right there with the stick out there on 25 lap old tires here. So you're gonna see him probably trying to be as cordial as he can, let these guys by without getting himself wrecked, but I don't see him being competitive with those tires right there. He needs a caution, is what he needs. But
yeah, but be a caution in a minute. And
yeah, ooh, the 3 car.
Yeah, those guys are getting stacked up behind these guys, checking up, and it's kind of got the accordion effect. And man, he's going to try to get out of the way somewhere else. Somehow try to get to the inside so he can drop low. I think would be easier for these guys, but he is dropping like he's dragging an anchor.
Yeah. Back up to the battle for the field, the battle for the lead here. That 7 car with the trouble with that 30 has gapped the P2 and P3 here, but you see Zack Saunders and Oscar going out of here. Oscar got around him on those freshies. Saunders, my apology, on about 8 lap older tires here. I don't think that's going to be that much of a disadvantage now. But we saw Saunders, my apologies. I don't know why I keep confusing those two. You saw Saunders kind of not really be very aggressive when it came to the battling, kind of let people go and started to catch him during the latter half of this run.
Yeah, now you're starting to see Carlile take command of this race, and he's really just kind of checking out on everybody. We really haven't seen anybody get that big of a lead before, but he just came really close to that wall. So he doesn't need to push it right now. We're still not even halfway through this race, and he just needs to worry about hitting his marks and just get comfortable in the car, get into a rhythm, and maybe just settling in. But the car behind him is closing a little bit, but now that top five is really spread out, and that's what you want. Spread
Yeah.
everybody out, go for another long green flag run, and they all want to just get to the end of this race so then they can start to race. It's all survival right now.
No, I definitely agree. I mean, that's exactly what these top five want to see is spread out racing. Allows them to kind of run their pace, run their car the way they want to. They don't have to worry about pushing or doing anything like that. They're conserving their stuff. They're trying to set kind of a lap time that they probably want to target towards and trying to just complete the race instead of having to battle and fight and burn their stuff up. But once again, you have to look at Zach, on the on the notes here, it says, not he has not had a couple of good races here, 3 races outside the top five, which for Zach is, for
Out of
Zach's
the
terms,
ordinary.
yeah, exactly, out of the ordinary, not something we see a lot for him. He's up here battling for wins consistently, but now 3 outside the top five, with expectations of him being, the championship favorite. He's definitely starting to find his pace back and hit his marks back. Obviously, sitting here in P3, anchoring that podium, and glad to see him back up here. Finding his groove and getting back up here where he used to be running.
He's had a couple of races where he got caught up in somebody else's mess. And he's had some bad luck like that. There are a few of these guys in the top 10 that have had that problem. The guy in the 94 car, Thomas Wolfe, one of those guys that seems to be very fast no matter where he is. And he has had an issue getting caught up in somebody else's mess. But he, I believe, is locked into the championship already. So he doesn't have to worry about it as much as some of these other guys do.
Yeah, you have to think about it again. With the way the playoffs work, it's winning you're in. So you can have an abysmal season, come up here and win a race out here, and you don't have to worry about being quick about every track. But as a battle for the lead comes up here, you see the 7 getting hounded by this 45.
Yeah, I think the 7 car kind of got a little bit loose maybe and scared himself a little bit, so he backed up. And when you have to lift off that gas, you allow that other car to close because the momentum lost is so dramatic. So you let off a little bit, you're gonna have to give up a spot or two because you never want to lift here. You have got to keep up that momentum.
No, I agree. And you just hear that there. The 45, we were riding on board with some other drivers, and they were keeping that car in the fourth. They had the gearing set up for fourth. You see the 45 using all 5 gears here at Indy, kind of similar to that fix set where you're going to be downshifting, get that car rotated, and then you're going to shift back up in the fifth down these long straights.
Well, why don't we go inside one of the cars in the front and just check out to see what it's like watching them go through the gears and the corners.
Let's do it.
Give them a cockpit view and turn it up a little bit, see if we can hear them shifting. Whoa!
We have a caution out here.
Oh, lap 61 again, another caution. And I'll tell you what, he had a moment in the car there where he got a little bit close to the wall.
I'm going to try to see if we can find this caution. Obviously, we're riding on board, so I was not looking at timing and scoring here. See Noah Hamilton kind of slow here. Let's see if he can show us what was happening here. Maybe. Let's see if Ryan saw anything here. Still looking for this wreck here.
Yeah, I know. Oh, there it is. Is that
Maybe.
86
Let's,
car? And he's doing everything he can to hold on to that. I'll give him credit. That is not easy to do with a car that you just brushed the
oh,
wall
here it
with.
is. Here we
Whoa!
go. There it is.
Yeah, it
Who
had
is that?
nothing to do with him. Oh my, that was an extremely
Looks like that was
that's a race-ending wreck right there for
looks like
both of those cars.
looks like that was a 55 at Cameron Romano. Did he get some help here? I don't think he did. Let's right on board with this.
Oh,
Let's see what's going on with this 55 here. This W machine. Oh, he just lost it
oh,
on his own here.
yeah, and he went for a slide right through, trying to hold it down. Oh,
And that's the 15 of Cody Leach, who
oh,
nowhere to go for him. That's such a tough break. The only reason he was back there was because of that net code contact he had with the 55, the 66. My apologies, and hard hit for that 15 car. See him in pit.
that's that's an absolute heartbreaker. Absolute heartbreaker.
See that car in pit road here. I think they were able to get that front end put back on, but look at that heavy damage to that 15 crumble cookies machine. I mean, that's a potential race ender here. I mean, still a long ways to go. I mean, you can still battle back, get the free pass if he can maintain this damage and maintain pace here. You know, uh, it's definitely not over.
He's
We're not even halfway
he's
done with this
trying everything
race.
he can. He's not giving up, and he's not giving up. And if he's not giving up, then I'm not giving up. He must think he still has a chance to come back. It all depends on how much damage he has, and that's the beauty of Indy. It is so big. You can go get a lot of work done here, and as you see, almost his entire nose is back together again, except for the driver's side in the front. So as soon as you see that pop out, I think he's going to be pretty close. And I'll tell you what, it doesn't look that bad already. And yeah,
And
he's
definitely
getting
not.
out before the pace car. So I think before we talk to Cody Leach, let's let him cool down a little bit and see what he's doing. But he's fighting back, so he has a race car still. He's pushing that car really hard right now. If he still had wheel damage, he certainly wouldn't be pushing that car that hard through the corners like that. So I think Cody Leach is gonna be okay. He's gonna stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, it
So
doesn't. Yeah, car doesn't look
let's see
that
what
bad.
he looks like
So it
here.
doesn't look like it's toes out of whack or anything like that. So I think it's still definitely manageable. Probably still has a good, minute and a half, 2 minutes of damage there, but definitely could have been a lot worse. They still have that fast repair in their back pocket as well that he didn't choose to use. So obviously the car must be driving not too bad still with the damage, or he most likely would have used it up here. So, but still long race. You're probably going to get a couple more cautions here, and that'll give him a lot more opportunities to come down, fix that car, and be up a-okay again.
Yeah, these guys are pushing really hard on this racetrack. Like I said, it's a big deal, but we have 97 laps to go. So wait a minute, is that right? Yeah, 97. Yeah, 97 laps to go. See that? I'm a high school graduate, and honestly, I didn't even Google search that. So we're getting closer now. Lap 25, I think, is when you're going to see everybody begin to race. I don't think we've seen racing yet, but I think it's coming soon. And Corey Mott is back up into the 13th spot. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. We've got plenty of time to do this. So lights are off the pace car. He comes inside. Once again, we're looking for that Geico restart zone. See if the leader can get a jump this time. And there we go. And man, what a great jump Carlile just got on the field, and he's going to jump into the front. He's going to have plenty of room all around him. The cars behind him get side by side for the first two rows, and that's going to let Carlile run away from it a little bit through the short shoe.
Yeah, Justin Bell up to P2, up 30 spots. Where I don't, that's Mr. Where did he come from right there? But he's side by side with Zack Saunders in that 91 car. And you see Justin Bell gonna push that 91, see if he can get him past this number 99 car here. See what he can do here.
He's definitely going to get the Kevin Harvick "Where Did He Come From" award of the night. And you see that 99 car getting way up high, lost a bunch of momentum and trapped the Uberman behind him. And that's going to stack up that field on the outside.
Is he gonna hit the wall? Ooh, huge hit.
There it is. Oh, you can. That is so hard to do in a pack. Is you lose all the downforce, and it always sucks you into that outside wall, especially when you're 2 and 3 wide like this.
Yeah, huge hit for that 99. Not a lot of damage, but still a lot of loss of momentum here, and he's gonna have to figure out, get back, calm himself down, get back into a rhythm, and just keep knocking these things off here. As he's getting taken advantage 3 wide here. As he's down on the bottom here. Maybe that car is not driving the way he wants to. It looks like he's dropping to the back here.
Yeah, he has. I think he pancaked that wall a lot harder. He has some type of wheel damage, and he just wants to survive to the pits. But right now,
is there going to be wrecking because of that?
Yeah, you kind of saw that coming, and yeah, you kind of saw it coming. Everybody's just trying to avoid him. They're 3 and 4 wide, and they're just.
See if we can grab him again. The 00 here on this outside. You see the 99 washing up. Gets into the 33, gets into the 00. You see the 40.
The 40 car gets collected.
White Sadler, really quick here at the start of the race, gets involved in that. Just tough circumstance. I mean, that's. You saw him trying to drop to the back, but I still decided he wanted to kind of like race for it. And, I mean, unfortunately, got a couple other people involved with that. Probably unnecessarily, but, that's racing, you can't blame a man for trying to, keep track position here. So, but.
Yeah, but. That's just a heartbreak because the 00, he was very happy with his car. He thought he had a decent car, and you seen him today that, he's had very good speed, and he's kind of just hung out and just kind of been there. And now he just kind of gets collected, and it looks like the 99 or the 39 just gets loose, or the 99 gets loose, goes up into the middle car, and just, yeah, that's just heartbreak.
And the 77 huge hit for him as well.
Oh, Jim Mott,
yeah,
just keeps getting collected in other people's wrecks.
Let's go on board with Jim, see if what he could see through this. We can find Jim here. There we go. Maybe it's yeah. Yeah. That's definitely broke that left front tire there. You see that car's not driving right, so.
No, he can't even get down to the pits.
You see him roll that thing down, go down pit road, and tough break for Jim right there.
Jim Mott looks like he showed up in a Troya modified instead of a stock car here this afternoon with that car. Jim Mott is a really funny guy, one of the nicest guys here at the Crown Jewel Racing Series. And I talked to him and Corey before the race to find out how they were feeling in their cars, and Corey felt comfortable, which is bad news for the field. But Jim Mott, he's so funny without us skipping a beat. He goes, "Nope." He was not liking it. He was having a tough time, and he actually was doing pretty good later on in the race. So I think, his car was getting to him, coming back to him, and he just got collected there, and it's tough to see.
Yeah, I mean, Indy definitely a tough track, so I can definitely see, some drivers not liking it, especially with these custom setups, right? For someone who is very inexperienced with customs. If you're used to the kind of the fixed set, having to come back here and run like a setup that you're not used to, very daunting and intimidating. So, uh, I a lot of drivers could probably relate to Jim's situation right there with him not really feeling comfortable here with the car and the track, and he's feeling like he was a little bit lost here. But I mean, yeah, tough break for him. But that's Indy for you. Sometimes you're in the right place, sometimes you're in the wrong place, and unfortunately, that 77 just could not get around that 99 in time to get around that. So
I think the best way to describe the difference between open and fixed setups is if you iRace, imagine racing your fixed setup that you have, except it actually handles the way you wish it did. And that's the difference between having a fixed and open setup. But that wonderful feeling that you get when the car handles the way you want it, it goes away faster. And you need to adjust to it a little bit more than when your fixed setup gets tight. Your fixed setup is going to get tight every race you're in it. There's no doubt about it. So you adjust your driving and your brake bias and things like that to help you get through it. On a fixed setup, yeah, that works. But then you got to decide next pit stop how you need to change your car because you're not just racing the competitors. When you're in an open setup, you're also racing the track. You have to deal with those track changes, and they show up a lot more in the handling of your car in the open setups. So just imagine a long race like this 160 laps, 3.5 hours of racing. How much do you think your car is going to change from the green flag in the beginning to the checkered flag at the end? You're going to have the time difference on the track and the simulation and everything else. You have to deal with the track changes by being your own pit crew, by being your own crew chief. You have to make the adjustments inside the car as you're racing. So it's kind of like being you have to be good with your hands, that's for sure, because you're busy in these cars in an open setup.
exactly. I mean, when you're iRacing with no team, it's a one man team. It's a one man crew. You're doing everything for yourself. But Pace Car is going to come down here once again here at Indy, and we're going to let Steven Carlile lead us to green here.
And Carlile hoping to get a jump like he did last time, and hopefully we can get a good long green flag. We've been cursed for the past 25, 30 laps, and Carlile looks like he just got shot out of a cannon, and he is going to cruise off into the short chute all by himself. Second and third is side by side. Carlisle's loving seeing that. Now they figured it out. Got grills to gas holes as they come out of turn number 2, heading down that back straightaway. These guys are going to be drafting off each other in that first and second spot, and they're going to do everything they can to create a distance from the rest of the field.
You see Oscar already trying to make a move here for this race lead. You see that 7, you're just going to be like, take it, man. I don't want it right now. You can have it.
Yeah.
You're obviously faster. I'm not going to fight you with that. I'm not going to burn my stuff up trying to race you for it. So you're going to see that 45 take the lead here at Indy.
And not only that, Carlile pulled off a great move. He moved to the side to let him by, but he didn't lose his momentum. He was able to keep second spot. Usually you do that in the wrong spot and you pull aside the wrong way to let somebody by. You could lose 3 and 4 spots easily by the loss of momentum. So Carlisle being smart, he's letting him go. He knows that we're not even halfway there yet, and he's just cruising right now. That is a bad sign for the rest of the field. Carlisle's car is perfect, I believe. Tell
Yeah,
you one thing, our field is starting to shrink a lot more too.
yeah, you see a lot of calamity ensuing here at Indy, and I mean, unfortunately, that means some guys are gonna have to pack up the bags early, put the car on the hauler, and go back to the race shop. And I mean, it's unfortunately we don't want to see that, but that's just a part of racing. You get caught up in stuff out of your doing. But right now, great battle for P3 here, as you see Stewart underneath Zack Saunders here for this P3 spot.
What I would love to do is interview the wives and girlfriends of some of these guys for when they're racing. what happens if their race goes bad, if they're in a crash, if they lose their tempers, if they yell and scream. I'd love to know from the spouse what happens to the guy driving when they lose it. That would be a funny series about how these drivers are, but I doubt any of them will do it. But either way, we are 3 wide through turn number 3. And not only were they 3 wide, they were 3 wide, 2 rows deep.
Yeah,
That was a scary situation.
3x3 there at Indy. You know, definitely not the most optimal position, but I'm definitely looking at this 04 of Cody right here. Remember, started on pole here, led the first quarter of the race, like the first, basically all of stage 1 here. But now he's back here in this traffic, and you can see, definitely tell that that car is definitely not driving the way that it used to right now. In the dirty area, in the traffic, you can tell that setup, he has it way more trimmed out than I think a lot of these other cars are. So now that he's in this dirty air, you can definitely tell it's a lot more difficult for him to maneuver that vehicle.
When you trim your car out, you lose all that downforce. Well, when you're behind another car that close, you lose even more downforce. So he's dancing right now. You go inside the car, I can guarantee you're going to see that white piece of tape going to the right as well as the left.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can see how uneasy that car is. I mean, it's definitely, he's definitely has probably some of the smoothest hands in the race right now. So it's definitely not as bad as some of these other drivers, but you can definitely tell that, I mean, he was pulling from the field when he was out here in the lead. Now, you know, he's back here mired in P7, kind of can't go anywhere right now. Trying to just figure out where he can make his moves to kind of pick them off when they get put in a bad situation, as you see him get around that 96 of Vince.
Well, unfortunately for him, he's got a different problem than everybody else. Everybody else loves to see the cars getting too wide in front of you, but that car has such little downforce, it's making things worse for him. Further back in the field, these guys are running 2 wide, 2 rows deep, and they're allowing the back of the field to catch right up to them. Look at the closing rate they're getting on them through the corners, and you're seeing them get way out so close to that wall as the 22 car gets another position and moving up even further.
Nick Vasquez up to P7 now, but you see Corey Mott underneath the 38 here. I believe, yeah, that Taco Bell machine, obviously. Oh, they're going to make some contact down in between 1 and 2 there, and Corey's going to make that spot.
Those guys are beating and banging, and you know, I think if we interview one of these drivers, we need to do that the next caution, interview one of these guys, and we need to find out how difficult it is to pass, because it seems like whenever we have a restart, these guys are just hammering each other to gain every position possible. So I'm wondering if it's difficult to pass, or if they can't close the gap when they're trying to draft each other. I wonder if there's a difference between that from the beginning of the race and now, because it seems like these cars are spreading out a lot more.
See Thomas Wolfe up here in his P4 spot, up 9 spots. You know, it's been up around the top 10, top 15 area, but now up here high of P4 right here. So, but he is getting pressured from your pole sitter right there, that 04.
Yeah, but you know what? Tom Wolfe, he's another smart driver. He'll let that car go by. And, you know, Wolfe, like I said before, he's always fast wherever we go. He's fast. He knows how to drive a race car. So catching him is one thing, getting by him is another, because he's always fast. This isn't going to be an easy pass for that 04 car, especially considering the fact that, you know, his downforce is turned way down, but he's going to be able to get close to him down the straightaways. But I don't think he's got enough to get into the corners, as you see him back off a little bit.
You're gonna see, like, as you notice, like, you see the 94 kind of, you know, arcing the corners a little bit more, where you see the 04 kind of wrap in the line there. As I say that, you see the 94 kind of wrap the line there really nicely. But if I was the 04, I wouldn't really work with. I would work with this 94 to get back up there, because you cannot afford to fight with him. You cannot afford to go side by side and continue to lose time to leaders here. I mean, they're 2.5 seconds behind here, and if they continue to fight, you know, they're going to continue to lose time here, because you see Nick Vasquez starting to reel them in just a little bit here. You know, he's
Yep.
probably within that draft range of catching these two.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt the 04 car, because if he has a car in front of him and behind him, he's going to lose downforce on the front and back of his car.
Good
So that's going
caution.
to make him even worse. And Nick Vasquez, he's going for it. I think he recognizes what's going on in front of him, and he's doing everything he can to close up. That's how smart Nick Vasquez is. If I can see that that car is going to have trouble in the draft with the car behind him, then he can see it, and he is going for it. We've got another caution. Who was it?
See the 30 car slow over here, off the pace. Maybe we can ride on board with him to see if he can see the caution in front here.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. While we're airing this caution, I'm going to run in the house because I have a six. Oh, hey, look at that. Who is that?
I think that was Ryan Taft in the 84. That's what it looked like here. And it is Mr. Taft in the
Oh,
86. Let's take a look and see what happened to Ryan here. Going out of turn 4. It's loose. And oh man, just barely hit that tire stack here on the end of pit road. And he's gonna
ooh,
back it up almost right
yeah.
across the bricks there, and yeah, huge hit
If
for that 86 car.
Yeah, if you go back to the Pocono race in the truck series, I was racing with John Ledger, and I was having a blast with him. And we were side by side, and I got a little squirrely. He got a little squirrely. We bumped, and it sent me sliding just like that to pit wall, except I took pit wall on the driver's door. So it's a great crash. Obviously not good enough for a Corey Mont highlight reel that we haven't seen yet, but it's okay. I understand. No hard feelings. I understand.
Yep.
But I will be right back. I'm going to run in the house and grab something to drink. Be back in 2 seconds.
Yep. And with that, with the laps on the A, let's go ahead and knock out a quick commercial break here. So we'll be right back after pit stops here at Indy.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Back here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, some pit stops underway here. Just got done with, and we have some drivers that decided to stay out here. Thomas Wolfe, looks like Cody Porter.
Woo! Guess who's back and hydrated?
Yeah, we have definitely a mix up here with a lot of drivers who stayed out here. I saw definitely some drivers come down pit road here, but definitely a big stack up here. You see Wyatt Sadler up here, back up in the P4 spot, but he does have 5 lap fresh tires. So yeah, I'm very so it looks like 16th on back with Oscar, your race leader. 16 on back have pit. So I mean, a lot of people decided to stay out here on that lap 78 caution. So Oscar looks like he's going to be starting around P16 here. So I mean, he's got the fresher tires, but he did lose a lot of track position.
You know, it's I just keep thinking about staying out on old tires. We saw how fast the 30 car fell back, and that ended up causing pretty much the end of his night from there. So, got to be careful. A lot of fast cars in the front of this field with fresher tires, and
It's
that
gonna
can be dangerous.
it's gonna be very interesting because like um the 30 car's predicament was kind of very unique because he was like the only car that was on old tires, but now, Oscar's gonna have to go through 15 cars that have at least like it looks like the with around 13 is the newest tires with Sadler and looks like Cody Leach and Nick Cordova 13 laps on their tires, but everybody else has about 18, 19 laps on their tires. So he has to go through about, 15, 16 guys to get back up to the lead here. So it's not going to be like a weird spell of just one or two guys on older tires. It's going to be, the top 10 plus on 15 plus lap tires as we get ready to go green here.
Well, I hope he made the right adjustments because it doesn't matter how fresh your tires are. If your car doesn't handle right, it's not going to matter. So hopefully he got it right. We can go green right here because lights are off the pace car. They're already stacked up and ready to go.
Yeah, lights are indeed off on the pace car. I think coming out of turn 4 here too. So we're going to hand the race back over to Barney once the pace car comes in here. And we're going to start the second half of this race here.
Barney getting ready. There it is. Green flag, green flag, green flag. And what a jump in the front of the field. Wow.
The 94 with a good jump out here. But Cody Porter, he needed that track position. We talked about it. He stayed out back in the P2 spot. And you see Nick Vasquez rounding out that podium. But here comes Wyatt Sadler on his rear end. He's going to try to make something work here.
Now this is going to be much easier for that 04 car because one car in front of him, he's going to have plenty of room to move around to kind of get more air on his car. But they're starting to stack up behind him, and that's not good. 2 cars off the pace.
I saw the 16 get into the 15 there. And the 15 in the wall, you see I think that's the 00 in the wall there. So a lot of beating and banging at the start of this restart here.
This is not what you want to see if you're towards the middle of the pack. And
ooh,
these guys, they're 3 wide, almost a little bit of contact. Man, it's. I just don't know how we're not going to last long without having a caution here because these guys are running like it's the last lap.
we got a spinner down here. I don't think that's going to be a caution, though. I think that was Sadler. It was Sadler with a lot of damage to that front end. We have to go back and take a look at what happened here. See if we can find what happened to the 40 car here. I think coming out of turn 2 here is where it happened. Oh yeah, that car is just upset. Oh, it was Vasquez got into the wall, and just kind of like what happened earlier in the race, that 40 car had no time to react, and a huge hit to the inside wall there.
That's what happens when you slam on your brakes. It pitches your car sideways like that. Tough break for him.
And I want to go on the back end of this Vasquez car, see how much damage he has here. He's battling the 24 Noah Hamilton. Noah, first time up front here, running in the 5th spot here. Trying to take this 4th away. He's going to get a push from that 5 car here. And Noah's going to tuck back in behind Vasquez.
And if anybody's worried about that 22 car and him calling this race, this race just began again. Remember, we're at the halfway point. So now we got to survive to lap 20, and that's when the real racing is going to begin. And I'm just curious, what do we have for a tire, a track temp right now?
Now we can definitely look at the weather right now. Currently 82 degrees in the air right now. With a little bit of wind, partly cloudy. So track is definitely gonna be hotter. 82 degrees, very very hot and slick here. Let's see if we can find the track map in the weather guide here. If we can.
Now, as this race continues on, the track is going to cool down. Track cools down, you're going to have more grip. But Indy is so large, sometimes you have one end of the track in shade, and the other end isn't.
Exactly.
So,
That's a big key thing about Indy is it's so large that you get a big cloud. It's most likely not gonna cover the whole track, and that's a great point you made there, Billy. And that's gonna definitely change the way these cars are gonna drive through there. But currently 121 degrees on the track temp. So that definitely very hot and slick right here. So you're gonna see, maybe some of these drivers start to struggle here. There's a lot of drivers that excel when the track is hot and slick, and you really have to conserve it. But there's also gonna be drivers that are very very good when the track is nice and cool and grippy, right? I mean, for me, I think I excel better when the track is nice and cold, and you can really push the car as hard as you can versus a track that's hot and slick, and you really have to kind of maintain the car. And you're seeing right now some of the guys that are better at maintaining the car than running good laps. As the 04, where he takes the lead here.
exactly what you just said is the reason why some of the best NASCAR drivers come from dirt. Dirt racing prepares people to drive with a loose race car, slick racetrack, hot racetrack. Almost every race we go to, with the exception of New Hampshire, track temperature is an issue. You come to this track, the track is going to change at least 18 degrees sometimes between the end of the race and the beginning of the race. That's a huge difference. So, like I said, open setup, you're not just racing the competitors, you're racing the track. So these guys continuously have to make improvements to get their car going.
No, I definitely agree. I mean, it's just about maintaining and keeping the car clean. And you see right now that these front two have started to pull away from the pack here. You see Oscar, who seemed to have a lot of pace towards the front part of the front half of this race, and he's starting. He's got a second and a half gap to these front two. Now, obviously, maybe he's purposely doing this to save his stuff, save. I don't know, tire. Maybe just trying to run his own race, which I think is a good thing to do. But he definitely doesn't want to be a second and a half back. I don't think. I think you ideally want to be within a second, maybe 8/10 to still get that little bit of a draft pull from the front too.
Yeah, these guys are still, even though they don't have the draft here isn't as important as it is in Indy or Daytona or Talladega. So if you're not in the draft of those first two cars, yeah, you're going to lose some time, but you get a stage caution coming in 20 laps or so, so that's going to help you out even more.
Yeah, coming 12 to go to the stage here, so you figured you'd see these guys start to push a little bit. I mean, once again, Indy's a pretty big track, so 2.5 miles, 12 laps is still quite a bit of racing here. So, but when I think when we get down to about seven-ish laps to go, this is when you're going to start to see people trying to make some moves. You see Zack Saunders underneath the 5 car here, trying to make this spot for the P4 spot. And now you see everybody kind of starting to spread out. I mean, I think the closest battle right here is between these guys for the fourth battle for fourth, basically here between the 7, the 5, and the 91 here. You can see the 7 make the pass here, and is going to get around that 5 car of Alan Phillips. You see Stephen Menke, Billy, you mentioned him being fast and consistent up here in the top 5, running in 4th. He's got a decently sized gap to the Saunders are back in fifth, and right now slowly kind of running your leaders down.
Mankey was one of those guys that says he just wants to survive to the end of this thing, and that's pretty much what he's done. He's hung around out front, but he wasn't afraid to kind of move back a little bit. But it's funny you should mention him because I was looking up his lap times, extremely consistent lap times. He has been finding his groove and just riding with it, and that's exactly where he is right now. So he knows the line he wants. He's trying to hit his marks, and he's just being very consistent. Race is just halfway. We're just over halfway, so keep an eye on him. He's gonna move forward. He's gonna be there towards the end.
Now you see, we'll go back to Steven here. You see him getting passed by the 91 here, and he's under fire now by the 7. Like you said, I think he's just trying to maintain his stuff right here. He's sitting right here, right in 5th, right in the middle of the top 10. He's going to get good stage points. He can keep that car clean for another 10 laps here. So,
well, the good thing that the position he's in is look who's around him. He has a couple of guys that know how to race clean. Carlile, he's not going to take him out. He's a good, solid race car driver, and I'd let him by here and let him pull you around the track because Carlile is going to be fast. He's faster on the times. He has been the last 8 laps. Carlile's been faster, so I don't know. I think you let him go by here, and it looks like he's going to get him coming off of turn 4. And oh man, he just didn't have the drive. He just didn't have enough for that draft.
Yeah, not quite. I mean, you saw last lap, Steven with a 53.9. Carlile ran a 53.5. That's almost about 4 tenths faster here, but with him catching up to this number 6 car getting on the back end, the lap times will even out a little bit. I think Carlile might be okay running back here in P6, trying to be patient. Also trying to keep that car clean, right? He's got a quick machine there leading part of the good, decent chunk of laps here. Leading, we'll see how much he led actually. 14 laps here, so we know he's got a quick machine here, and I think he's okay right now running behind the 6 car. He keeps peeking his nose in there, but I don't think it's intentionally. I think that's just the line he runs is a little bit more shallow than that 6 car.
Or he might be trying to keep the temperature down a little bit. That does matter in these races.
Exactly. So, with these open setups, I never even thought about that, right? Maybe the gearing, once you get behind the car, it can overheat pretty easily. You don't really think about that for most generic leagues that run, a fixed setup, because iRacing, makes the set to where it won't do that behind the car. But, when you have these open sets, you're going to try to get as much out of the car as you can. So definitely something to think about is just trying to get those temps cooled off.
Especially with these guys shifting, they're winding the car out a lot harder, and a lot longer. Plus, we already talked about how hot it is, so could be one of the factors. And but these guys, he could also just trying to be getting him to get up closer and just relax and just kind of kill time. We got lap 93. We still have plenty of time, and maybe a little bit of serving going on here. Saving, rather.
I mean, you see Zach hasn't really pulled away from these two. Only a good 6-7 tenths ahead, so maybe that 7 is just trying to, push this 6 car arrow, push him up to this 91, maybe make this battle a little bit more interesting for this P4 spot for the stage here.
All these guys have very close times. So I think they're just kind of saving. They're get further back, now you're starting to see guys go 2 and 3 wide again. Is that Vasquez coming up forward? Yes, it is. He's on the outside battling. 2 cars on the inside. One of them is the 29 there, and we've seen the 29 get involved in a couple of different things tonight. And, whoa, that was a close one for those cars.
Yeah, Stewart's been caught up in probably, it feels like every wreck here, just being unlucky. But you see Noah Hamilton making the pass up here. And he's going to be that first car in the top 10. Right now, the first car, the last car to get stage points here. But you see the 29 starting to put fire underneath the 24 car. You see Zach Johnson, I think that car just gone away from him towards the latter part of this run. Same thing with Vasquez. They were up there running in the top 5, top 10 here, and now running in 12th and 13th.
If you remember, we saw Vasquez touch the wall earlier. He could have a little bit of damage, but again, plenty of time to go. This is a great track where you can get damage fixed. So he knows what he's doing. He's in 12th spot. He's just hanging out, and I got to believe the kid. If the kid's calling it, the kid knows he's got a chance. So
yeah, maybe Nick knows that car's not driving right, and he's okay kind of limping it out for the stage here. Obviously, he wants stage points, but if he doesn't think he can push the car 100% without, giving himself more damage, just limp it out, get it to the stage, go there. I mean, you can definitely see some right front damage there, so you can definitely tell that it's not driving 100% anymore. But as we see that, there's a huge battle for this top 10 spot right here. Noah Hamilton, Stewart Walker, and Zach Johnson battling out for this last stage point.
Vasquez is loving this because it's allowing him to stay up with these guys, especially with that front end damage. They're making a huge hole in the air, and he's able to suck right up, even with that damage. And you see him closing real quick right there on the car in front of him. And the 24 car had to check up a little bit, and Vasquez coming off with all that momentum. Even though he has that front end damage, he's still able to get to the side of him because he had to lift off. So
Right.
he's just not going to be able to. They're fighting for it side by side. They're not giving up, either one of them.
Yeah, that 24 got in the wall there, which really slowed down his momentum there. And them racing side by side, you see them, they've already lost a bunch of time to these guys up here. And not even the camera shot anymore. So they really need to figure this out. If Noah thinks it's better to let him go, then let him go. If Nick thinks that Noah's faster and can lead the way, then let him go. Because, coming up with 3 to go here in the stage, I mean, they got to get back up there if they want to try to compete for these stage points.
And these guys, being the competitors that they are, they're not going to give up anything if they don't have to. So I think they're out of the stage points now. I think they're just going to have to battle for position. But I don't think Nick Vasquez is very happy back there right now. He knows has a faster car, but he just can't get enough to get by the car in front of him.
Yeah, I definitely think that car might be pushing tight with that front end damage. I think it's just it's not driving the way he wants. Right, he was a top 5, top 3 car, and now he's running out here outside the top 10. So I think right now he just really needs to just get it to the stage and get that damage fixed, and then get back under going to get that head down and get back up there and make up those spots.
Also see Cody Leach is back up into the 18th position after having that horrendous hit earlier in the race. He's still out there battling. It's not over for the 15 car just yet. He's battling for another position.
He's underneath Nick Cordova in that number $43 General Stream, trying to take over that P16 spot. He's going to get a shove by the 16 here.
He's going to get by him going into turn 1.
Yeah, Nathaniel giving him that gentleman shove right there. He's going to get past the 43 here. Now Nathaniel and Cordova will battle it out.
He gave him a shove worthy of a Daytona right there going into the corner. That's what you love to have. And he helped him make 90% of that pass with that move. Those guys are working very well together.
Yeah, good battle for 18th right here, but we're going to see. Looks like the 04 is going to win the stage here, depending on when they call it. He did cross the line in first at lap 100. But as we said earlier in the pre-race, it's going to be up to Zach Johnson to call the caution. He has crossed the start-finish line, so...
Getting close. Now we're down to just 60 laps. So this race keeps changing. This is the last stage. The only yellow flags we're going to see are cautions. Now, they're going to have to make at least one more stop to finish this race.
No, I agree. You
So
know, like I said, I'm not sure how much fuel that these drivers are allowed to have, but 100% take, I believe is 30 to 40 laps. So I could see them probably just splitting this last 60 laps in half. So
yeah,
there's the
yeah,
caution right there.
yeah. We've seen a couple of guys go. I know the first green flag run we have, they went to lap 30s plus or whatever the first green flag, yellow flag was. So we know they can at least go 30 laps. So I think you're right. I think you split it or you try to get it as close as you can.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not going to be surprised to see some guys come out here try to run as much as they can. Maybe run it dry, and then try to do something different here. Maybe hope for a caution. I honestly think you can't do that strat though, because the track is so big. You're not going to lap people, right? I think the best move is to um go half and half. But obviously, that's not our decision. That's the drivers. But you're going to see Cody Porter win stage 1 and 2, sweep the stages here, the first 2 stages, and under caution here with 59 to go here.
So 59 to go. By the time we go green, it's going to be 56-ish.
Yeah.
So those 4 laps, that's 10 gallons right there. That's a big deal. So, well, I don't know about 10 gallons, but that's a bunch of fuel. So, I think every time there's a caution from now on, you try to get a splash. You want to kind of stretch that last shot of fuel, and I think you're going to hope that there's going to be a caution within 30 laps of the ending of this race. You come in, pack it full of fuel, you'll be good for a green-white checkered, a restart or whatever, and your tires will, if you have a set of tires left, that's when you want to use them. But the main thing is you're going to need to have fuel in your car for at least one green-white checkered. And in this series, they're unlimited. So you might have 6 of them tonight. You don't know.
No, yeah, exactly. I don't know how many are allowed here. I'm presuming with how many you just said there's going to be unlimited green white checkers. So,
Yep.
I mean that's something that could definitely spice up everything. It is, you know, if we get a caution towards the end here, that's gonna change the whole race. It gives everybody a second chance to maybe make up spots, maybe have a new contender for the win here, and all that. So obviously, a lot of these drivers want it to stay green. All these drivers want it to end naturally, but coming to the end here, people are gonna be aggressive. People are gonna want to uh, make moves to try to gain spots. So we'll see when that comes to be. But right now, it seems like the only time we've gotten cautions are for, I would say, like mistakes, kind of, not anything bad. It's just like racing incidents, not someone racing people hard. It's like old tires versus new tires, and that's something that's been a huge thing to talk about throughout the whole race. Is just like, are you willing to risk staying out on old tires and maybe getting ran over and getting your car wrecked, but keeping that track position?
Yeah, well, we saw that happen earlier in the race. It did cause a wreck. When the drivers slid back, even further deeper in the field, things happen. There's more cars back there. They're side by side, 3 wide, 4 wide, 5 wide. We've seen tonight. So you cannot have tires that are 22 laps older than the guys behind you. It just does not work. It's like me going to a barber and asking for a perm. It just ain't going to happen with the amount of hair I have on top of my head. So same thing with tire tread. If you don't have anything there, you can't get a perm. So now you're seeing the 04 car bumping doors with our NASCAR iRacing driver there. I don't even know who is supposed to be. What is the pace car driver's name? Do we even know?
I don't think the pace car has been giving a title here. I think we just call it the iRacing official pace cars. I think is what we call it here. I don't know if he has a name.
Huh.
Let's see right here.
Well, we'll call him Dale Jarrett tonight. How about that? Dale Jarrett, one of the nicest guys in racing. So we're going to give him the honorary IndyCar pace card name tonight.
Yeah, Dale Jarrett and the iRacing official pace car leading your Circuit Cup Series field to green here. And yeah, thank you for stepping into the car and been willing to do that, Dale.
It looks like the lights are already off on the pace car too. We're going side by side, getting ready to go green again. And one thing we keep forgetting, we need to interview a couple of drivers to find out how much the track has changed. And I think that these guys are really some of these guys are struggling to adjust their cars to the changing track. And you're seeing guys kind of falling back and guys that were up front earlier, now that they're towards the back. And we're seeing a lot of guys struggle today. And it's interesting. It's just, there's such a huge track and every corner is different. Every aspect of racing is working against you at this track. It's kind of like working on the Bering Sea. Give it a chance and it'll take you.
Exactly. I mean, that's why it's one of the most prestigious tracks in the world, is because it's just how difficult, how unique Indy is, and how difficult it is to get around here with 40 other cars going 200, like 150 plus miles an hour. It's such a difficult track, you know. As we saw, it's hard to pass here. You need help. So, but coming out of turn 4 here, we're going to see that pace car come back out. And once again, we're going to give this race out over the Barney. And Cody and Barney in tandem, we're going to take this race back to green here. Barney with the
Barney into the Geico restart zone. And let's see who gets the jump inside. Is going to be the inside or the outside. The inside line gets the jump. The outside line does get a better start than they have the last couple of races, the last couple of restarts. But they still didn't catch the 04 car. But that outside line, he was able to sneak in there and take over second spot without any issues. Now we have a bookie train for the top 5 positions.
Yep, you see the 45 right on the back end of that 04. You know, we know he's got speed here. We just need him to be up there right now. And I know you see like the top 3 basically like almost tandeming away. You see Zack Saunders back there in 4th. Kind of lurking back there, but the racing back here is for the 10th place and back here, trying to make up spots here.
These guys are racing so hard right now. The 24 car side by side with the 6 car. Oh man, that 24 car almost kissed the outside wall.
You can see Steven trying to side draft that 24 down the straight here. He's going to get an advantage down here into turn 1 and 2, having the preferred line here, but you're going to see Noah try to pinch him down here. 6 car not really wrapping the bottom here, and it's going to allow them to stay side by side here as we see side by side behind them now, the 66 of Ray Gill underneath Nick Cordoba in that 43 car.
These guys are just not giving up. Again, these restarts, they're being very aggressive. Now it's towards the end of the race. They're getting even more aggressive. This is what I would expect on lap with 20 laps to go, not now. And now they're side by side, two lanes deep. And let's see if the 24 car. And that is why it is so difficult to go side by side here. You always see somebody touch that outside wall.
Yeah, the 24 just got a little bit tight there, trying to give room here, and barely squeezing that outside wall, and it's going to allow the 6 to get by here. And he's going to move up into the P10 spot.
Whoa. Uh-oh. Big trouble's right there, coming into turn number 2 rather. 3 wide.
They're
coming
3
out
wide
of
here. And Wyatt Sadler with a huge save. Wow, what a save by that driver. I mean, got hit on the nose, and he just was along for the ride there, but he was able.
He was so sideways. I saw his taillights. Who was that in that blue car?
No, that was the 40 of Wyatt Sadler trying to drive through the field again. Remember, he got caught up with Nick Vasquez when he got in the wall, and you see Nick back here also. I don't know, probably fixing that damage, lost all that track position, but you see the 9 losing all that positions he had just gained on the start here. He's gonna have to drive back up here and take them back.
Yeah, I cannot believe he saved that car and was able to continue. What a great job by him, that 40 car. And now you're starting to see, whoa, there's another car. This time I don't think he's going to save that. Was that the Uberman? No, that was the number 5 car.
Oh yeah, there's
Whoa,
someone in
there we
there.
go. I see bumpers flying.
That is the 30 car Mason Hofner.
Oh,
Stop sideways in the grass here. I don't think that's gonna be a caution. He's off the racing surface. Let's take a look and see what happened to him here. See if he got any help or if he just kind of lost it on his own here. Oh, he did. He got the bumper from the 40.
I'll tell you what. That yeah, that was payback. That was payback. He didn't get into him just once.
Yeah, I mean,
that was payback. I think we should go inside the car in the 5 car there and watch that over again. I guarantee he did not lift.
yeah, we'll go inside of Wyatt Sadler right here. Let's go in his cockpit and see what happened here. No, did not lift there. He knew where he knew that car was there, and he said, "Well, if you're gonna turn down on my nose, then I'm just gonna turn you." So,
and if you remember, it was the lap before that he got turned around. So I don't know if that was a little payback or what that was, but somebody's not happy with somebody in that group.
I go back to the live race here, and Oscar is
taking over the lead.
Yeah, and he's starting to pull away from the lead here. You see him starting to break the draft from that 04 here. But Oscar retakes the lead from the 04 car.
And where did he come from? Another one of those guys. We've seen him kind of all over the place, and now all of a sudden he is just running away here.
Yeah, Oscar, was running up in the top 5, top 10 area, but never could really get out to the lead. But now that he's got it, he is starting to pull away from here. You got to think, is he burning his stuff up trying to get away from these guys?
How much fresher are his tires? Because I mean, he is just taken off. It looks like he might have backed up a little bit because the gap is closing just a bit. But man, he looked like he got shot out of a cannon right there, and he's just continuing to take the lead. But now we're starting to see the rest of the cars catch right back up to him.
Yeah, according to my timing and scoring, he has the same tires as everybody else does. So that's why I'm curious. Maybe he's pushing a little too hard here, trying to get away. So
yeah.
Obviously, it looks like the 04 and the Saunders and the 7 of Carlile, I think, still have his draft. So I don't know how much pushing is going to do here, because with that draft, they are going to probably grab him again. And so I would just try to run at a pace that seems fit and not really push my car out here. If he's planning on splitting it in half, he still has 20 laps to get to lap 30. So still quite a bit of racing left if he plans on splitting this race in half like we expect everybody to.
Yeah, he is running really hard right now. There's no reason to gap them like this. He's not going to gain anything this early. He's not going to gain stage points. There is no more stages. So the problem is what he's doing is he's getting such a gap that when the other guys do catch up with him, they're going to have a lot more momentum than he is. And they're just going to boogie right on by him. But I think that the battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth is starting to heat up a little bit, because these guys are starting to get a little bit side by side coming into the corners as well. So that's the last thing that these guys want to do.
Yeah, I think right now they need to figure out that they cannot race each other right now. They have to worry about getting back to the 45, and then they can maybe race to get the 45 out of there, right? If they start going side by side now, it's just going to allow him to pull away. And I think right now that's what they're trying to do right now. You see him, even though I think maybe the 7 might be has a little bit more pace and stuff like that, you don't see them trying to go after them right now. You see, as we say that, we see side by side action going here. I don't know if Saunders got into the wall, maybe, but he just lost 2 spots right there.
Yeah, something definitely happened to him, and we've seen that so many times today. People coming off in turn 4 and just kissing that outside wall. If you miss your marks just a little bit here, especially when you're running that higher line, it will bite you. It'll bite you bad. And now the 04 car looks like he's trying to get back up to the fight.
Yeah, the 04, remember, was in P2, and all of a sudden back here in P5. I don't know if he's trying to save his stuff, but he's going to go underneath the 91 here. Looks like Zach's just, yeah, he ended the wall again. I think that car is just not driving well right now. He's going to go back into P5. And like I said, I think these guys need to work together to get back up to the 45. They cannot race each other like this, because it's just going to allow the 45's advantage to stay planar, right? If they're pushing their tires trying to race each other, they're just gonna burn their tires just as much as the 45 is, and then there's no really disadvantage to the 45 trying to pull away.
No, there isn't. And like you said, these guys are not helping each other by battling each other. But it looks like they kind of figured it out now. Now they're doing the old snake down the straightaways, trying to stay in everybody's draft, but that front car just keeps pulling away.
Yeah, almost a second now gap that 45 has to the 94, and we have a caution.
Oh no! Was that Griswold? No, who was that?
That looks like the 88 here. Let me see if we can grab him. That is of Tyler Bellinger. See what happened to him here.
Whoa! Side by side.
Side by side with the 8 here. And the 8 just
Oh,
it looks like the 8 trying to side draft here, and just Zach just makes some contact and gets him turned around here. Let's see if there's any net code. No, that's
no,
he got him. Again, turns that 88 around. Unfortunately, I don't think that was intentional, but you gotta. I mean, there's you get such a good run down the straight if you're on the top there. If you're in the draft line, as you saw the 88 was. Really, the only thing the 8 can do is kind of try to pull him back with that side draft, and unfortunately just misjudged where those 2 cars were, and around goes that 88.
yeah, Gordon the Warden, I'm sure watching closely on that one. And, one of these races, Gordon the Warden is not going to have to penalize anybody, and it's going to be a miracle. So let's see if he gets the EOL for that one, which... it's one of those things, you do it, you got to absorb your penalty. So he's fast enough where he can move up further, but some frustrated drivers right now. It's too late in the race to make mistakes like that.
We're seeing people down pit road here. I don't know how much they can go on fuel. 45 to go here. That's going to be a stretch, in my opinion, from my experience. I don't know. I mean, this might be a fuel saving race now.
Yeah, I don't. Man, I don't know. I don't know. I want to get past lap. You're gonna need fuel for a green-white checkered. So I don't know why these guys are pitting right now. I would definitely have waited, unless, hey, you know what? Maybe there's going to be another one. You just don't know. But close call there. Ooh, we beat him off.
You see the 29. I think he took 2 tires or no tires. Nick Cordova is going to be your race leader here.
Yeah, we've seen how that works out. We've not taken tires before, but where's Nick? There you go, right there. Where did he come from?
It looks like he stayed out. I think he's on that same mindset of like, you're gonna need fuel. You're not gonna make it pitting now, so might as well just stay out. Unfortunately, he's the only one.
Let's go in the car with him.
Unfortunately,
let's go in the car with him right now. Bring him up to the booth and talk to him.
Let's do it. See if we can find Nick. Mm-mm-mm. Once again, I don't think I see Nick in the VC either, so
It is a big race. These guys might be kind of keeping it on the down low, but let's go further on back of the field. Let's see who we can get a hold of.
see if we can find someone to talk to during this time. Let's go. Let's see if we can talk to Xander. I mean, the Zack Saunders here. See if we can move him up here. Hey Zach, it's Christian and Billy up in the HVTV booth. You got a copy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, up and down race for you. You know, up here in the top 6 now, sitting in P7 now with some pitch strategy here. We saw some guys stay out, take 2 tires. So it looks like you came in here, took 4 good fresh tires. What do you think? You know, how do you think the rest of this race is going to play out? You know, looks like fuel mileage might be a thing that's going to come up here.
Yeah, I don't the fuel mileage thing we're gonna have to really slow the pace down to save, what is it, like 5 laps there or something, so as for the rest of the race, I just hope I don't die. I've been manhandling this car the entire day. It's just I don't know what to do, and I've done some stuff and it's helped it a little bit, but it's still, I think the temps are just really messing with it with the just setup. So I don't want to die.
Now, how long are the tires lasting?
Yeah, you can't. You're asking the wrong person. You might want to ask one of the guys that have been running up front all day long. Because I'm definitely not that guy. Just, I mean, depends on their setup. Like I've been working on it all day, and it's gotten a little better, but it's still nothing like Oscar or Thomas or Cody. So, it's just, I played a little strategy there to get P4 in the second stage, and it was decent and clean air. So hopefully, it'll be all right.
All right, buddy. Well, get out of here. Go green, man. Go green.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you in a little bit, hopefully.
Yep.
Hopefully.
That was one of the funniest interviews we've had so far this year, man. Not too happy with his car so far, but I'll tell you what, if I was in the spot he was in, I wouldn't complain too much.
I'm not sure what VC needs to be dragged to. I think I got into the right one, but as we're green back here, at Indy,
what a beast nest we've got going on. This time here, we have so many cars so close together at the beginning of this green flag stint, and I don't like this. I foresee a big one coming, and it's going to take out a bunch of people. These guys are thrashing with 42 laps to go. Coming into turn 3, hopefully they can hold it down. You see a couple of cars going way up high right now.
Oh, you see Nick Cordova throwing some huge blocks here to keep this race lead, but now they're 3 wide for P2. 29, 45, 94, 3 wide for that P2 spot. And I don't think that 45 is going to take too kindly to those blocks that 43 just did. I don't think he's going to be too patient with him when he gets them here in the turn 1.
Yeah, I don't. And you see it right there. He just dove down on him big time. He was not going to give him the opportunity to block again.
Yeah, and that's I mean, fans at home, that is the epitome of a slide job right there. You send it in there, you make the bomb stick, and you pass them, and you get away.
And who was that? I think it was the 94 car just hit the wall pretty hard. That was pretty significant of a hit right there.
You see Thomas, in the wall there, and that's going to give him a huge disadvantage. Oh, the 35 loose. No. Wow, what a save by that 35. Henry, I mean, that car was borderline out of control, and he got it around, but now he's going to be under wrap from the 29 car right here. But right now,
I don't think he's going to care about losing a spot or 2 right now, because I think he realizes he just got away with a big one.
Yeah, I mean, he got away with he's still racing the car. That's a benefit right now of sideways that car was. So now he's still battling on the outside of that 29 car here, and he's probably going to get a push from the 04 right here to get him clear.
Coming down the back straightaway, they want to go. They got a huge pack going down the back straightaway, bumping and binding into a little bit of blocking going on there, going into turn number 3.
You see the
And
34 went a huge block on the 04. Wow.
Yeah, and the 04 is not going to like that too much. This isn't lap. This isn't towards the end of the race. This we got plenty of laps to go here, and I don't like that blocking business. That's not racing to me, and that's going to get temperatures in that race car higher, and guys are going to be a little less patient with each other, and that's when cautions start coming out. 39 laps to go. We're trying
so 29 is going to get turned.
Yeah.
Caution's going to come out there. And we're watching that live. We can just go back and take a look at that right now. And that was from the 04. And unfortunately, the 04 looks like nowhere to go. It looks like let's go far chase and take a better look at this. But I mean, that 04 had nowhere else to go. I mean, he was up on the wall. I just, the 29, I think he maybe thought he was clear there, but I mean, for that 04 is either you hook him or you lift, and you can't lift that Indy on these large straights, so you're gonna lose 4 or 5 spots here. So that 29 put him in a spot to where in a really, really bad predicament here, but you're going to see the 29 go around here. I don't think he hits the back end decently pretty hard there, but definitely could have been worse. Once again, good for all the other drivers to get around him, not making any other incidental contact to this. So, but caution out, 38 to go. I think now we're going to see everybody come back down and top off on fuel. I guarantee it.
Yeah, you have to at least have it. But he said he needed to save 5 laps of fuel. Well, we're going to be under caution for 4 laps. So now if they get gas, starting at lap with 34 laps to go, they're going to have enough fuel to finish the race. But are they going to have enough fuel for a green-white checkered and beyond that?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a gamble whether you want to stay out and save fuel, or do you want to be like, hey, I'm going to play it safe. I'm going to come down, I'm going to top this baby up so I know that I'm good to at least get it to the end, and maybe if I save some fuel, have a green white checkered under my belt. I mean, it's just going to be. I mean, we've seen how hard it is to come up here and pass. The track position is just so big here. But we'll see right here as they come down pit road here. Who's going to pit? Who's going to stay out?
This is wow.
You see a top 6 stay out, but everybody else is like, no way, man. I'm coming down, and I'm not taking the chance here. I'm coming down, and I'm going to make sure I'm good to go to the end here. So
yeah, you know what though, I still, I think if they top it off here, and we go yellow for another couple of laps, I think they're going to be okay. If there's another caution, this is going to work if there's one more caution. If there's one more caution, they'll be safe on fuel. So the problem is, who has tires left? Is there any team on the racetrack that still has tires? Because if you have one more set of tires and you come in, say, at a caution in like 10 laps or so, we've seen how these cautions have been coming out now, and you get fresh tires then, or within 20 laps to go, it's going to be interesting to see how you can get around those cars in front of you. But it's getting close now. This is getting crunch time. Everything you've done has come to this moment. You've saved. You've done everything you can to stay out of trouble. You fixed your car repeatedly. You fine-tuned it. You've gotten the handling the way you want it, hopefully. And now with 37 laps to go, all it comes down to is whether or not you put enough fuel in the car. So,
yeah.
No, you're not just racing your competitors, you're racing the track. That's what Indy is known for. That's why it's so difficult to win here. And you look at some of the NASCAR drivers that never won this race. You know, it's pretty incredible to see. And I know this race means a lot to these guys. Like I said, it's iRacing, but it's still Indy. It means a lot. Even though bragging rights, it still means a lot.
No,
And who is that in third? Oh, okay. All right. No, look at who's in top. Was it fifth or sixth? Sixth. The 22
Vasquez.
car.
Yeah.
Nick Vasquez with 36 laps to go. So now you've got different players at the front of this field.
Yeah, it's
This
definitely gonna be interesting. I mean, you see Noah Hamilton wins the race off pit road. He's up to P8 now. He started 20. I mean, he's up 26 spots. I mean,
Yeah.
I think he maybe made a gamble and didn't come down and take tires. I think he topped off on fuel only. I have a feeling some of these guys maybe have taken some extra stuff because I mean he gained a significant amount of spots on pit road here. Nick Cordoba. That's exactly what he wanted to see. There was that caution. Remember, he stayed out. He stayed out as the leader on that last restart and fell back. Now he's in P9 with fresh tires, full tank of fuel, and now he's in the top 10 and can be competing to win this Brickyard 400.
Yep. But is it too early? And what if anybody else has a set of tires? This could come back to even hurt him. I think he's in the catbird seat. A few other drivers have fresher tires too. But if there's one more caution and some of these other guys still have a set of tires, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow. And it's not just him that's going to be sweating it. There's a bunch of guys that are going to be sweating it. And it's just going to cause even more problems at the end of this race. So sit back, relax, grab a beer. It ain't over yet. We still have 36 laps to go. And could this be the last restart?
We don't know, man. Pace car is off.
Dale Jarrett pulls the pace car back inside. The cars are headed towards the restart zone.
And Oscar's going to lead us to green.
Barney waving the flag, and the outside line gets a better jump. And here they come down, and he's going to take the position going off into turn number 2.
Yeah, for that choose cone, Oscar chose the outside for this restart. So the outside actually started this race, and you saw the outside for once get a good jump. But Zack Saunders right here, you know, we talked to him up and down. He said he wasn't happy with the way that car drove, but it looks like he's driving fine right now up in the P2.
Another thing, even though he started this race, he was still on the outside. Most of the restarts have been on the inside. There's probably a little bit more grip down there. That's why those guys chose it the whole entire race. But he's starting to pull away a little bit here, and he's running his race in his line. He seems like his car is handling very well in that fresh air, and he's holding his own right now. He's looking strong.
Now you see all these guys. Let's see, the first car who pitted is Cody Porter in 3rd place and 4th place already. No, my apologies. Noah Hamilton in 5th is the first car to pit here with fresh tires. And look at him. He started 12th place. He's up to 5th in 1 lap.
Wow. So fresh tires mean a lot. And I'm trying to look up some lap times here, and look at the difference in lap times between the old tires and the new tires. So that's pretty significant on some of these drivers. You see 0.6 of a second. Wow, some of these guys further back in the pack are a second slower. That is so huge. I cannot imagine being a second slower with this many laps to go.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a cry for help right there. They need some help to get those cars adjusted. I mean, as they're racing back here, too wide back here for that top 10 spot. They're crying for help. You see Nick Vasquez. I don't know what happened to him, but bad start here. Back battling here in the trenches again. He was up starting 7th place, now back to 10th. And I mean, they're back here battling right here, trying to make anything happen here.
Oh no, and there goes another caution right now. We got
the
a
double
huge
zero.
wreck in the back of the field.
No caution, yeah, but we're gonna take a look at this.
The
And there
double
goes a
zero,
caution.
the 35 and the double zero looks like they get together.
Yeah, 35 just tried to kind of put his car in a spot that there wasn't really a spot to go there, and just kind of dumps the double zero. If I'm being honest, there wasn't really any room for that 35 to put his nose in there. I mean, there was definitely, yeah. I mean, there's nowhere for that 35 to go. Gets in the double zero. You see him trying to correct and just overcorrects. Huge hit into the outside wall there, and I mean that's probably game over for Garth right there. A tough break for him. I mean, he was having a pretty clean race right there. I felt like that's a good place for him, considering some of the stuff he had been involved in. Really good spot right there, battling up there. But now front end all crashed in and stuff with 32 to go. I mean, he might have a fast repair, but that Ford straight machine is all tore up.
Yeah, and he had such high hopes coming into this race. He thought he had a good car, been practicing, and tough to see him take such a hard hit right there. That was a hard one. But is anybody coming in for fuel? 32 laps to go. We see
the 66 is coming in.
Yeah, we see a couple of cars. I'm wondering if they have a set of tires. Let's watch any of these cars. Let's see if they go up in the air. Let's see if they have a set of tires left.
The Ray Gale going in there. We'll see.
It looks like they're getting damage and fuel. Oh, there's one car's going up in the back there.
66 is taking tires. Let's look at the 6 car here.
Yeah, we got a couple of guys that still have a set of tires.
6 is taking tires.
The 6 car has a set of tires. All right.
I think everybody that pitted right here is going to take a fresh set, it looks like, by the looks of it here. So, I mean, these guys are... They lost their track position. I still think Cordoba is in the best spot right here. Right now, they've shown their cars. All right, I got a set of tires. I'm gonna take them now, and I'm gonna try to drive through the field here.
I think that these guys were hoping that this was about 10 laps from now, because 10 laps from now would have made the world of difference. These tires that they're taking now, it really isn't gonna matter too much. But it's 31 laps to go. By the time we go green, it'll be 29 laps. So I don't think we're going to see racing get too hard until we get to lap 25 or so. But we'll see what happens. They've kind of been racing hard all night.
Yeah. Well, we see Corey, the boss man over here in P9. Let's give him a ring and see if we can talk to him real quick.
Yeah.
Hey Corey, it's Christian and Billy up in the HVTV booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, I mean, kind of a very eventful race for you, up and down through the field. You've been up in the top 10. You've been outside the top 10. Walk us through the race and walk us through what you think's gonna happen here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those races where strategy is just so important. I feel like we missed a couple of times tonight. Made a few mistakes that landed us outside the top 20, including qualifying. Sorry, I was choosing. And yeah, I mean, it's just been one of those races all over the place, up, down, left, right, top, bottom. Like, it's been crazy. But we're in the top 10 now, kind of where we wanted to be on 2 tires here. We'll see how we can hold up against these guys that stayed out earlier and against these guys that took 4 around us. So if the car feels good right now, other than that, be a moose.
I already am a moose down in Englewood, Florida. Thank you very much, sir. And hey, Corey, good luck, man. We're getting ready to go green again. 30 laps to go. So hang in there. It's not over yet, bud.
Thanks, guys. You guys are doing great. Been listening the whole time. Thanks again for doing this.
I
No
know.
problem.
What's up, Prezer? We'll move Corey back down to his VC. And yeah, getting ready to go green here. Corey, I mean, and that's not even something I even considered. 2 tires. He just gave us another insight to what the race was like. I mean, I didn't really think 2 tires would have been a call at all to pick here because of how, kind of how Indy works. But obviously,
Whenever I've taken 2 tires, my car has become very loose. This is not the track you want to be that loose at, I don't think.
yeah, exactly,
So,
exactly.
but Corey's a much better driver than I am, and you know what? We'll see what happens. Let's keep an eye on the 1 car, see what happens. But we're coming down to a very important restart right now between those 2 gentlemen on the front row. So hold our breath. Let's see if this is going to be the end of the race or not. You have Saunders and Jensen getting ready to go green. Let's watch this drag race begin. There it is. And Jensen gets a restart, but I'll tell you what, that outside lane got a great one too, but oh, is he going to catch him on the inside?
Ooh.
No, he's not. Look at that. Those guys are pushing so hard to the corner. Further back, we're seeing guys go 3 wide. That's not what you want on this restart.
No, you do not want to be races 3 wide with the 43 in the middle there.
Yeah, that is not a good thing to do, man. And this race is going to take 2 hours to finish if they keep driving like that. But hopefully they're going to sort it out back there by the time we get into turn 3. It looks like they have.
The 8 almost getting spun around there, getting pinched to the apron there. But yeah, 2 wide I think is manageable here, but 3 wide you cannot do right now at this point of the race. 29 to go. I mean, that's still quite a bit of laps, but also in the same aspect, that's not a lot of laps. If you get wrecked out here, that's not enough time to go and get that car fixed 100% and come back. So they got to be racing cordially, but they also got to be racing hard. Oh, you see the 22. Doran.
And the 24 getting together, I think.
Yeah.
I think that was the 24 trading paint. Looks like
caution.
they sorted it out. And Vasquez, oh boy, here we go. We have the Uberman real slow, the 5 coming off the corner real slow.
See what happened too. Looks like, oh man.
He came off the wall and just took out the Uberman.
Let's take a look on this far chase and see what happened here. Oh, I mean,
no, looks like the 29 came up on. I thought it was the Uberman. The 29 came up on the 57 car.
Yeah, the 57 definitely wasn't going up towards the wall. Looks like he was loose. I think the 29 just expected him to be up on the wall, and 57 and Michael Deitch was not. It looks like he was trying to save the car, and just couldn't give him the room that he wanted, and around goes the 29.
Yeah, it kind of pinched him down a little bit, and well, that's why you have spotters. You know, he was not clear, and yeah, tough break for both those guys.
Yeah, looks like Michael, not a lot of damage here. It looks like everybody got around him, but you see the 29, that front bumper kind of getting ripped off there. So unfortunate break for Stewart there and the 29, but
he's been involved in quite a few of them tonight.
And it seems like you can't kill the guy, so he's fighting with all he's got. So he'll definitely come back in, try to get that front end damage fixed, and try to make another go at this.
Yeah, and look who was in the 5th spot.
Yeah, speak of the devil, I mean, we talked about it, right? We thought maybe his race was over when he got wrecked out there, just had nowhere to go and plowed into that wrecked car. But as we said, he came down, he got the cautions he needed. He came down, fixed that car, and now we're sitting here in P5. I mean, Cody, what a comeback drive from the start of this race.
Yeah, if he pulls this off tonight, I'll tell you what, it is going to be a party, because I believe in this kid. This kid is a talented driver, and I'm just waiting for him to win a race this year. And I called it in the beginning of the year. I said he was going to win at least one race and he was going to be in the top 5 in points, somewhere in the top 5 in points. And that's exactly what we're looking at right now. And we're just waiting for him to win a race. He's shown such good patience and promise all season long, and has had a couple of hiccups here and there, just like every other driver. But that 15 car, he has some talent, and he's just going to continue to get better, and this would be a huge, huge win for him. Huge win. It's a huge win for anybody, but especially for that 15 car, because we've been waiting all season long for him to break through.
Yeah, I mean Cody currently sixth in the playoff points, 20 points behind Thomas Wolfe, and Thomas has had a great race as well. So definitely up there as a contender for this championship right now. The current point stand is Corey Mott, Zack Saunders, Mike Burnett, Stephen Hilaire, Thomas Wolfe, and Cody Leach are top 6. So I mean everybody kind of within each other. Corey does have a pretty decent sized gap to second of Zack Saunders, 64, but then it's a 3-8, 20, 26. So everybody is kind of still really around each other when it comes points wise. So I mean, this even a good finish for Cody will be a huge for the points, but obviously a win would be fantastic, locking himself into the playoffs.
Yeah. And Corey Mott in 10th spot. You know what? Don't let that cute, cuddly little mustache of his fool you. He is a master at saving, and he always will snake bite you at the end. He'll show up. Everybody else will burn off their stuff, and you'll see him start running some of the fastest laps in the stage. So you got the 10th place car, which is the one you need to keep an eye out. You have these guys that are in front of the field you need to keep an eye out. You definitely need to keep an eye out on that 15 car. So this is getting real good. You have Porter you need to watch. You have Wolfe you need to watch. Vasquez. This top 10 is turning out to be a banger. And with 20-something laps to go, this is basically a short track Saturday night at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is the feature. There's no more pits. There's no more anything. Well, maybe pits for fuel for some guys, but if you're not ready to finish this race by now, then you are in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I feel like by now, everybody pitted at that lap 35, lap 40 caution. So I feel like everybody should have been able to save enough to at least get to the finish here. Obviously, green white checkers is a whole different instance, right? We saw that at Nashville Super Speedway in real life, right, where Denny Hamlin was leading, and it turned out Joey Logano fuel saved his way to a win here. So at Nashville, not here, but it'd be the same thing. If we continue to get these green white checkers and wrecks, I mean, it could flip this whole race upside down.
One thing about this track that is so huge, and one of the races I was in this week, or last week rather, I actually saved my tires. I didn't change my first set of tires until after the first stage, because I was trying to save tires as many sets of tires later in the race as possible. This track is so big, you can do that and still stay on the lead lap. So a lot of strategy, but it's still difficult to win. Dale Jarrett brings the pace car on the inside, and here we go. Let's bring us to the green flag. And what a good start by him on that inside lane, the 45 car. And Jensen, he's gone. He's here to win. This guy's not fooling around right now.
Yeah, Jensen continuing to have a good start here, and you see Wolfe kind of use up the 91 there, and that's going to allow that 45 to continue to pull away here. And the 24 round.
Oh, there he is there. I didn't see him. We still staying green.
The caution is out here.
Oh, man.
And we'll go back and take a look at that again. Just like all aggressive racing here. Let's see what happened here with this 24.
Yeah, 25 laps to go. I said these guys are going to get a lot more touchy-feely, and there it is. It looks like the
Yeah, the
24 car slides up the track a little bit, touches the 15 car, and Vasquez has no place to go but into the back of the 24 car. Certainly not intentional, but extremely difficult to avoid.
Yeah, I mean that's just hard racing out there. I mean, it looks like just Noah overdrove the corner there and kind of uses the 15 as kind of like a wall, and then just had to kind of check up to not wreck the 15. And unfortunately, Nick had nowhere to go and got in the back of the 24. No damage for the 24, which is good to see, but obviously a lot of lost track position for that Exalt Valvoline Camaro.
Yeah, that's a real tough break. Nick Vasquez, man. I I bet you he's sweating right now because man, he had no time to react on that whatsoever. And I bet you he's sweating a little bit right now.
He's definitely glad that he didn't get caught up in that wreck now. I mean, Nick up this P6 after that. I mean, you see Corey Ma, he snuck his way back up to P7. There's a reason why he's the points leader, everybody. It's because, as Billy had talked about, right? He is a great tire saver. I've raced with him in the truck series, and I thought I had a podium locked up, and he ran my butt down and passed me with 5 to go. So I mean,
Yeah,
he's one of the best in the game when it comes to saving tires and being there at the end. I mean, he is the Circuit Cup Series closer, so he'll be there at the end. And I mean, you already see him now up to P7.
Well, I had a third place in the ARCA series finish at Michigan Speedway, and it was because I basically watched Corey Mott. And I've seen him enough times, and I've been burnt by him enough times where, yeah, hell yeah, man, I'm faster than Corey Mott. Well, 15, 20 laps later, guess what? I was watching him go by me on the outside without any issue whatsoever. So I kind of followed him, and it got me to a third place finish. So he knows what he's doing, and he's good at it. So he's a car you have got to watch, and if he wins this race, that's kind of like that'll be his moment this year. I mean, he's had a few wins, and he's been very, very strong, but that would be the icing on the cake right now as far as leading up to the points race. And Jonathan Ledger getting his lap back, and I think that'll put him back on the lead lap if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like it will. So got a lucky break
Yeah.
for this 28 Mopar machine, and Ledger back in the fight.
He is, and super, super nice guy, very talented, doing the skins for the different race cars. And if you go on Trading Paints and you look at some of the different NASCAR paint jobs that they have, whether it's cup or trucks or whatever, you're going to see Jonathan Ledger's name there on a few of them. So very talented when it comes to making wraps. And I asked the guy, what can I do for you? And he was just like, no worry. He's super nice guy. And I'm glad to see him get back on the lead lap. And you know what? He's going to have a top 15 finish, I think, by the end of this thing, if he keeps going the way he's going.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got caught up in a couple of incidents before, went a couple laps down, but now, like we said, back in the fight with 20 to go here at Indy. It's gonna be interesting to see what he can do here. He's probably gonna come down and take some tires here. That's probably be the smartest thing here. That's gonna really put him at a great advantage here. So, I'm excited to see what he can do here.
Oh, let's see if Jonathan has a set of tires.
If he jacks up that car, he does.
Yes, he does. Oh, baby. All right. First of all, let me tell you something. Jonathan Ledger, he's got about a 2,300, 2,400 I rating. And it wasn't like that not that long ago. He really has just kicked ass in iRacing and has improved so much. And, now he's going to have fresh tires, 21 laps to go. I said he was a top 15 finish with these guys is huge. That's a top 15 finish to me in this series is like a win. And very difficult to do well with these guys. And for him to get a top 15, it would be, I think, his one of his best finishes of the year, and especially at Indy would be so huge. So I'm hoping for that. I'd like to see him get up there even closer to the finish, but let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, we
21 to go.
you gotta love cheering for the underdogs here. I mean, Jonathan, he said, great painter. Looks like looking to be transform himself into a great race car driver here. So, but obviously 20 laps to go here. Still a lot can happen here. A lot of calamity, but a lot of heartbreak and a lot of underdog and a lot of victorious chance going to be happening as well. So,
Yeah, and up front, if you look at that top four, it's been seeing those guys in that top four a lot so far tonight, and it's getting ready. 21 laps to go. They're not going to play nice anymore, folks. You pull down in front of a guy now, he's not going to lift, and you're going to go turning because this is it. This is for the money, folks. We're getting off, and this boogie train is heading off into turn one, and they're still side by side.
Zack Saunders trying to grab him on the outside there, and that 45 is not going to be clear. They're going to have to race down into out of turn two here. And I think Zack Saunders is going to have to tuck in behind here. It's going to get in the wall here. Huge hit by the 91 here. The 04 is going to take advantage of that, and he's going to try to get around him here on the backstretch here. Side by side for P2 here.
Still has his foot into it. He's not giving up yet. He's going to slide into third spot.
Zack Saunders in third, but guess who's in fourth? Cody Leach. What a recovery race for him after getting caught up in that wreck in the early stages of the race. But Thomas Wolfe underneath him. He's going to try to make a move here for that P4 spot.
Come on, Cody Leach. He's going to get him going down the front straightaway. He's going to pull into the inside.
Ooh, tight racing there.
Still not clear. Cody Leach has a much better line, even though the outside has a little bit of momentum, but Cody's going to get him coming out of turn number 2 here. Turn 2 is completely opposite of turn 1. So, as you saw, he got underneath him, and he was gone coming out of turn number 2, and he's taken over that spot. He's now getting ready to fight for third. So, keep going, Cody. I want to see you in this thing. 19 to go.
And you already saw down the back stretch and the front stretch. The S-ing has started already. Seeing a 45 is going to continue to try to break this draft here. And you're going to see that number 404 car. Your pole sitter of Cody Porter trying to keep up with him right here. And right now, not breaking away here from that 04.
I know the 04 car would love to push Jensen way out in front and just leave the battle for the two of them. The 45 and the 4 car are definitely trying to sneak away from the rest of the pack, but it's going to be very difficult because we've seen it before. They get like close to a second lead, and then here comes the rest of the pack right back. But now we have two groups of 2, and then the main pack.
Yeah, you're gonna have to see. You're going to have to see Saunders and Thomas Wolfe right here try to work with each other here to try to get back up there. They can't, like, if Thomas gets up to Zach, you have to work with him. You cannot fight with him. You see Cody back in P5 here, and look at that. Corey Mott in P6. He's starting to come back up through here. I wonder if Corey will actually try to work with him, if he's going to try to make the move here.
Well, I tell you what, Corey is very smart. 17 to go. We still have plenty of time left in this race, so he's going to be patient. I think he's going to help push that car forward. He knows that he needs to catch up to the front of the pack, and so does the guy in front of him. They both know it. So they're going to work together to move forward, and you already see them staying in perfect line with each other, even trying to stay with each other through the corners. So they're going to work. They're already working together, and they're going to catch those other guys a lot sooner than you think.
You're going to see Corey go up to the back end here of that 15. You're going to see him basically super speedway, like pushing him. He's not going to get to the back end there, but you're going to see him arrow pushing them out there, trying to, improve their pace here and trying to basically push them out in front here. But now, as Billy had talked about before, 2 packs of 2 now. You see the 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6 all together, and then you have the pack for 7th on back in just one big pack.
This is a completely different race than we saw the entire race that we've already watched. Now these guys have different strategies. They don't have to worry about tires. They don't have to worry about fuel anymore. This is the end of it. And they're going to fight hard. It's a battle. You're not saving the car. You're pushing now. You're going to use up your tires, what you have left. There's no more saving. This is when you need to make your move if you're going to try to win this race. And we've already seen a couple of cars get very aggressive trying to make a spot. But this group here, they seem to be staying in line. They know the importance of trying to catch up. 15 laps to go. When will it be the time to make the move where we see these guys going 3-4 wide again?
Yeah, I wonder if Nick is trying to save his stuff out here, because it looks like he's almost holding up this pack back here. Seems like they're trying to get around him, but anytime they try, he kind of picks up the pace. Ooh, the 96 in the wall here. I mean, into the grass. It looks like the 22 kind of pinched him down there, and it forced him to back out. But Nick right now trying to hold on to this P7 spot.
Yeah, well, you know what? That's just going to cause more problems. And I'll tell you what, last thing you want to do is hold up a bunch of cars like that. It looks like he's struggling hardcore through the corners and through the short shoot. He just can't seem to keep the car as low as he wants to, I don't think. And let's see how he does through turn 2 here. That's a much better corner. His car looks like he's doing all right. Just maybe his tires are older.
Yeah, it says right now Nick on 30 lap tires versus Ray Gill, 17 on his.
Oh.
So,
No.
that's the 7.
Uh-oh. Can he keep it down? He's doing everything he can to try to keep it down.
What a save!
Oh my God! What a save!
What I mean, that's hard to do when you get spun out down there onto the turf down there and onto the access road, dude. It's hard to keep it down there. But definitely someone who wasn't happy about that was Zach Johnson. He had to back out. He lost 4 or 5 spots, trying to give him the space to get back up there. And now that 8's gonna have to get on the horse and go.
Yeah, but you know what though? That was the move of the day right there. That 7 car saving that. That was unreal. I cannot believe he was able to save that car after being completely sideways through the grass and was able to save that car. What a move. That was impressive. That was the move of the night as far as I'm concerned.
Dude, that was a fantastic save, a phenomenal save if you want to call it that. So, and now he's mired back here in 13th place, but we saw Ray Gill make the pass on Nick Vasquez.
Whoa.
Here. Is there 3 wide back there for the P11 spot?
Yeah, some serious blocking going on back there, and this is the time of the race where if you're going to try that, then you need to expect what's coming, because I can guarantee the next corner he gets close to him, he's not going to be so gentle. He's going to bump him around a bit. You cannot block like that.
You saw the 5 make the block, and he's actually the one who benefited from making that block, gaining 2 spots there. Allen up to P10, and now he's closing in on Nick Vasquez in that number 22.
That's one thing that I never could stand is blocking, and I just don't tolerate it. I don't care if the guy behind you is that much faster that you have to go down 3 lanes to keep him behind you, then he has the right to turn you in the next corner. I'm sorry. I'm old school. That's just how I am. But yeah, that doesn't fly in my book. But hey, you know what? I'm not racing with 11 laps to go at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so it's easy to be a couch quarterback.
Exactly. I mean, different antics. Everybody grew up watching different eras of NASCAR or motorsports, right? Where, you know, some people won't put up with that versus, you know, maybe some of these newer guys that are used to seeing that happen on a weekly basis here in the IRL Cup Series, Xfinity Series, Truck Series, ARCA, you know, late models and stuff. You know, maybe that's just something that they don't think is wrong, right? But obviously, different areas of drivers that race on iRacing, so there's a bunch of different ways that people perceive different types of racing scenarios. But you see the 22 all over Ray Gill for this P7 spot. Looks like the 22 might have started to get up and go. He's gonna make contact with the 66, kind of move him out of the way here.
It looked like the 22 was floating up the track, and he was doing everything he could to keep off that car on the outside. That was great driving by both of those guys not to have caused a wreck right there. And now you're starting to see the cars beating and banging a little bit more. And as we look back from Nick Vasquez's car, you see the Moonshine Toyota Camry coming up on him.
Oh, there's a
Whoa.
huge shot for the 66.
Yeah,
Wow.
Man, he just got way sideways coming through that corner. He had a little bit of help, and that allows Vasquez to skate away from that mess.
Yeah, now there's just a calamity right here. There's like 8 or 9 cars out here all over each other, trying to race for as much as they can. And look at that, all the blocks and all the lane changes all at once. Dude. I mean, this is very intense back here for this, right outside the top 10.
Yeah, it is, and it's Indy. That's why these guys are racing so hard right now. And we told you earlier, we knew this was going to happen. You know, you get to the less than 10 laps to go. It's either wreckers or checkers at this point. It's Indy. You just want to win here as much as possible. And not only that, these guys are battling for points. So it's very important to get a good finish here. But it's also bragging rights, and that sometimes drives things even worse. So now with 8 laps to go, you're going to see even more bumping and grinding. And I got to be honest with you, I think we're going to see that yellow flag one more time.
And speaking of battling, this battle for the lead is not slowed down at all. You still see the 04 all over the back bumper, but guess who's caught back up here? The 94 of Thomas Wolfe has caught this pack, got around Zack Saunders. Saunders back here about 2 seconds behind the lead pack here, but now it's a 3-car battle for this win.
And we've talked about Thomas Wolfe before. Many races, he always has a fast car. He's always strong, but he keeps getting caught up in other people's mess. He's had a lot of bad luck. He's locked into the championship. He would love to win this race, especially with 7 laps to go. He's thinking right now how he's going to do this. How is he going to get past the 04 car, and then how he's going to get past that 45 car. So these guys are battling very hard. As here we go, side by side down those back straightaway. Is he going to get him right off the bat? He is. He's going to get him. They're going to go into turn number 3 side by side.
The 94 kind of using up the 04 here. The 94 is going to try to pinch him down there. The 04 pinches him down, but the 94 is going to come up here, use him up on the exit, and now he's going to try to side draft here. Oh, Wall's the 04. 04 cannot be happy about that, and that's going to allow the 45 to kind of pull here. They got to figure this out. You got to let one go and try to get you back up.
Second place is still the first loser, and these guys, they want...
It's the 04 who's going to get he turns the 04. He said, I'm not, if you're going to race me like that, I'm not even going to bother racing you. See ya.
Oh, going in the warden. His red phone is ringing off the hook. The Batman signal is in the air.
Go on board with this 94 here. We'll see. Maybe that 04 kind of pinched down on him.
Well, you know what? That's his job, is to pinch him down. He's still out in front of him. And he just comes right up and just kind of...
This was before the contact. This is... And yeah. He was like, hey...
It looks like the 04 car drifted out towards the wall a little bit closer than he wanted to and kind of corrected just a bit. Right there, he's side by side there, clean. And watch this. He's going to come right back. Well, it's hard to tell whether the 04 comes down or the 94 comes up.
Yeah, we could definitely take a better look at this far chase. We're going to look at this line here, this seam right here that this 04 is on. Does he come down the seam? And he does a little bit. as the 94 comes up. So that just, to me, it looks like racing deal right there. The 94 comes down, comes up, trying to pinch the 04 up, and the 04 is trying to keep it off the wall, trying to set up the corner, and just slightly comes down the track. Just barely. I mean, but when it's a game of inches right here, racing for this win, that's all it takes. So
yeah, that's tough. That's certainly not intentional. Certainly not intentional. And the 04 car, if you continue, he goes for a ride and he slams that wall, the safer barrier, on a horrible, horrible angle. So thank God this is just iRacing, because
take a look at that.
yeah, that
wreck.
was a very hard hit.
Yeah, huge hit to the front of the car right there. Luckily the 91 gets around there just fine. That was close for him as well, but ton of front end damage to that 04 car. I mean, that might be race. I mean, that's honestly could be worse, but still that's pretty bad damage. That's definitely at least right front wheel damage right there. So he's gonna have to go in there and try to get as much as he can, but with 5 to go, I don't know if he can get back up there and potentially race for this win anymore.
Yeah, that's a race under for Porter, I think. Tough break for him. And I bet you the blood pressure of that 04 car right now is pretty high, but you know what, it really was just a racing accident. They were running close together and it happens, and it's a tough break. But if these guys were worried about fuel, they shouldn't be now. This caution should end anybody's worries. So 4 laps to go. It's going to be our first attempt for a green-white checkered.
Yeah, I think it should be I don't know if this is a natural green-white checkered, but it looks like it might be. But right here, I mean, it's
the restart. Yeah, the restart would be now on lap 2, so it'll be a green-white checkered no matter what. So
we will not be going into NASCAR overtime quite yet, everybody at home. But this will be a natural green-white checkered. So we'll be going to green with 2 to go. So if we do get another wreck after this restart, we will be going to NASCAR overtime. What we'll be doing, where maybe the fuel will start to come into play here.
Yeah. It is Indy, and we're hoping that this is the last one for tonight, but I don't want to say it, but how big of a win would this be for Jensen?
I mean, it'd be massive. I mean, it seems like he's been the car to beat. Maybe the 04, but the 04's out of it now. He and that 94 got involved in that caution, but since he's taken the lead, basically, he has not given that up once. So I honestly think he might be the guy to beat. And honestly, if it were him, it might be disappointing for him not to come out here and win. I mean, he's shown that he's the best on the restarts. He's best on the short run. I think the 04 had him on the long run, but once again, it's so easy to get to someone, but it's so much harder to get around him, especially at this historic racetrack. So
now Jensen is newer to this group. I know he's very talented, obviously. I don't know him as far as his talent on the racetrack. He's very good, obviously, but I know Wolfe is very fast. So it's very hard for me to make a decision on who it's going to be, because that 45 car has been very, very strong. But that 94 car is extremely hungry. But so is the 91 and the 1 and the 50 and all the other cars behind him. So hold on tight. This could come down to the last 100 yards of this racetrack, because I can promise you there's probably going to be a crash coming off of turn 4. So
you can confidently say that the top 6 is very hungry. You see Neck recovering to P6. Remember, talking to the pre-show, he called it. He said, "I'm winning this race. This is mine. Like, I'm the guy to beat here." Now he's in P6. He's going to be starting on the outside. And with 3 to go, I mean, he still definitely has a shot to come out here and maybe make something happen So I mean, this top six probably the best of the top, the cream of the crop right here right now. Your points leader up there. You have Oscar, who's been leading the whole race here, but coming out of turn 4 here, pace car's gonna be off, and once again, we're gonna hand this race back over to Barney.
Dale Jarrett getting ready to turn the pace car down inside. Flag Barney and getting ready to stoke that fire. This could be it. Our first attempt at a green-white checkered for the win here at Indy. And here we go, green flag. Let's get busy going off into turn 1. And it looks like the bottom
Oh, a
line.
huge wreck in the back.
A huge wreck. Like I said, first attempt at a green white checkered. Oh,
If we can
boy.
find what happened
All
here
right,
on this
that's
replay. So I'm gonna go over to the 71. Looks like he's gonna get a good view of this, of Gem Mott. Looks like just a stack up on the restart here.
Yeah.
And that happens behind him, it looks like. Let's
Yeah.
go Gearbox right here. Let's go back to who's even back here? Maybe the 88.
It looks like it was 4 or 5 rows back from that. That was way back.
See if we can find who the culprit of this
There it
is.
is.
So it looks like the
There it is,
69 of Uberman just gets ran over by the 57 of Michael Deitch here. Not a, I mean, it's just a reaction to the checkup right here. There's a checkup. The 77 checks up, which forces the 69 to check up. The 57 does not react in time, and around he goes. It takes out the 88 as well. Looks like the 29 gets into the wall trying to avoid. So just a huge checkup, and that's what happens when you're aggressive. You're trying to time these jumps. You're trying to time the restart to try to get that little bit of an advantage to maybe get the pass a guy. Go up or whatever on these restarts, and just a little bit of a stack up, and you just saw the accordion just come back in and unfortunately take out some of these guys in the back.
That's so frustrating when it happens because the guy who had to check up, he's angry because he had to check up. He's also angry because the guy behind him ran him over, but the guy behind him is angry because everybody checked up and he couldn't stop in time, and he got run over by the guy behind him. It is so frustrating when you get that accordion effect, but there's nothing you can do about it. And man,
the accordion is so bad. It's just because it's like, well, why'd you run me over? And then you have to go, no, the guy behind me ran me over, and it's like it's just like it's such a predicament you're in, especially on the restarts when it comes to a track like this at the Brickyard where you can't really see the guys out in front when you're back there. You can't really see when the leader goes. You have to try to use your best judgment of, well, the car in front of me went, I gotta go then, right? And if it's not green yet, then there's gonna be a stack up. So
it's difficult. It's every division has its issues, and restarts, doesn't matter what division you're in, restarts are always tough. So even at this level it happens, but I know in the truck series I've missed a shift so many times that's caused an accident, and I try to own it and just go to the back. It's frustrating for the other drivers, and you feel bad. I'm new at this, and that's why I kind of stay. I did one race in the Cup Series here in this league, and I don't really remember where I finished, but I decided to kind of just step away from it a little bit. I tried to make the Daytona 500, and I didn't make that, so I came into the booth and I decided that I'm just not ready to run with these guys on this level yet. Plus, I don't have the experience in these cars at all, so easy to step back and to do this. So somebody at my level, I've been racing a year, and I'm watching these guys 3 hours later, and they're still battling, and it just boggles my mind that they're still fighting as hard as they are, and they're still dropping the same times that they were on lap 1. So these guys haven't slowed down from the beginning of the race to the end of the race. They're still running hard, and it's been what are we at? 3 hours now?
Yeah, about 3.5 hours on the dot here. So,
Yeah.
um, yeah, I mean, it is very impressive that all these drivers, 3.5 hours of just sitting in your rig, sitting at your desk, whatever sim we have, right? It's an impressive that you guys are still fighting as much. Just got done with the choose cone. Looks like the 45, the leader of Jensen, is gonna pick the inside. Thomas outside. Zack Saunders inside. Cody Leach, your fast four here, coming to the screen white checkered.
Now, do you think that at this track, starting on the inside or the outside matters?
I definitely think the inside has a preferred line. You saw that in the real race. Remember, Kyle Larson got a good jump on Ryan Blaney, and that's what won him the race. I definitely think the inside, if you can get a good jump, it's the preferred line, right? You really have to fight hard on the top to pinch him down, to get a good run off, to be competitive here. Now, I think these guys up in the top 6, the top 7, has the ability to do that. So I think the inside is, and we've seen it all race, has been the preferred line. But I definitely think the top can work, especially if you're going to be fighting this hard, to potentially win here at the Brickyard.
I always like starting on the inside. There's certain tracks where the outside line is better. But here we've seen the outside line get a good, I think it's only actually somebody's only picked the outside once. But we saw them get a good start. But I think most drivers enjoy that bottom line. It suits them a little bit better. So this could be it right here. Our second attempt to finish this race, green, white, checkered. Waiting for Jarrett to pull the car off. There he is, getting ready to go green one more time to the Geico restart zone.
We're back green here, overtime at Indy.
Man, did you see the fourth place car get into the back of the second place car there?
Yeah, you saw Cody trying his best to push that 94 out the best he can. 94 is going to clear Zack Saunders here, and now it's going to be a battle here. Zack Saunders is going to go underneath him. The 94 is going to give him the room here. Caution again.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
See if we can find what happened here. It looks like Michael Deitch was down the charts here. See if we can find another restart wreck. It's like the 00.
But it happened before that. 2 rows before that, there's a blue car on the outside and the red car. It looks like somebody gets into the back of the blue car. The blue car kind of comes down and takes...
We're going to once again bump up the Jim again and see if he can see what's going on here. Looks like the 35.
I think it was even before that. Like, in front of that somewhere. No, it wasn't.
We're going to look at the 35 here. It looks like everything's clean and green here. So it looks like another stack up. The 56, I think, if that pink car gets a little bit of a stack up, and it stacks Ledger up to the called off, and then right here, I don't know what the wreck is about here in the back.
I think it was guys just seeing what was happening in front of them, and they were kind of checking up and running each other over in the back of the pack. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, just the accordion effect.
Yeah, another accordion. Jim checks up again, and Michael Deitch checks up. The 29 checks up, and then the 00 just gets sandwiched in between the 88 and the 29. Nowhere for him to go, unfortunately.
Got the old Malachi crunch right there. That was a tough hit. He had some pretty.
And that's the 04 that got involved in that as well.
Oh man, talk about a race going down the drain for that guy. And the 00, you can tell, just extremely frustrated. He had high hopes for tonight as well. He was one of those guys that I had talked to who felt as if his car was, he had a good car, he'd been practicing and was happy with it, and just
you can see the checkup live.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it looks like Cody was just trying to anticipate what he tried to do, and unfortunately, you can see him. He yanked the wheel to the right, and it kind of spun him out, and then he tried to overcorrect as he was spinning, and yanked it back into the inside wall here. and you're gonna hear the little pop from the 00,
Oof.
shooting him
And
back
he hit
out.
him hard, yeah. Ugh, what a
Unfortunate for
tough break.
fortunate for him. I mean, we all know he had a top 2, top 3 car, but I mean, when you're in the back like that, I mean, it's so tough to get around all that stuff. So
Well, here we go again.
yeah, this will be overtime attempt number 2 here, and once again, I mean, I think if Oscar can get a good jump here, I think it's his race to lose here. I think he will pick the inside again, but we'll have to see. But you know, it seems like the outside. It seems like the guy in second can't react in time enough to really get the jump on the leader, regardless of who it was. The 04, the 45, when the 7 was leading. It just seems like the leader just has that much of an advantage here on these restarts.
Yeah. There's one thing you always hear people say, that the car, the lead car, he comes up with the pace, and he's the one who leads the first lap. He decides when to go first. Well, Jensen has been commanding the front row the last couple of restarts. He's held his ground, hasn't budged. When he decides to go, he decides to go. And you see other guys trying to bump him and get him to move and to try to throw him off of his deal, and he hasn't moved. He has been in charge of this field, and I really think the way he's going, the way he's been driving, the command that he has, it's going to be very tough to beat that 45 car.
Oh, I definitely agree. I mean, since he's taken the lead, I don't think he's giving it up at all. I mean, he's led. So I mean, we have the stats up here right here. He's led 56 out of the 165. I mean, it's
he took over, like, since he's taken over, that's just been the end of it. But that guy on the outside, Wolfe, he's very hungry. No pun intended. He really is hungry, and he's come so close so many times this year. And this is Indy. This will make you drive your car a little bit deeper. This will make you push a little bit harder to win this race. So I'm not ready to give him the win yet. He's got his hands full with Wolfe on the outside, but he's definitely shown maturity and experience, because he's commanded every restart. Watch him again this time. The other cars will try to get him to go, and he doesn't change. Even now, you see him running at his pace. He's making everybody else come up to him. He's just in command of that field. He looks like he's driving the pace car.
I mean,
So
he's been so good when it comes to jumping and timing these restarts to where no one else can get to him. So, but pace car's gonna go off. We're gonna go on board with the 91. We're gonna show you what we're talking about here. You see the pace car come off into the pits here, and ready to go into the Kaiko restart zone. We're gonna show you exactly what we mean.
he just holding his steady pace whenever he wants to go. And look, see, he went when he wanted to go, and he made the other cars check up a little bit. But the 94 car did get a great start, but he's still not going to be able to get him into turn number 1. And they're going to make it through there. A bunch of cars bouncing off the walls. We got cars going everywhere in the back of the pack. But up front, these two are still battling halfway out of turn 2.
Side by side down the backstretch here, and it is not over. We thought the 45 had it in the bag, and they are dooring each other down here.
Absolute dragways. Oh, he puts him up into the wall and takes the lead, and you gotta expect that, but he bumps him back.
But he overdrove the corner in the crossover from the 94. He's going to take the lead here. The 94 misses the corner. Side by side going into turn 4 here.
They're going to bounce each other off the wall.
And the 45, no! And they're wrecking in the back here. Does he get the white before the caution? White flag in the air. White flag at Indianapolis.
Still no caution flag. Still no caution. Still no caution. This race is over. We're going to the end of it. And look what's happening. Wolfe is kind of letting Carlile get to the inside of him. Carlile, another guy who's extremely hungry. These guys are battling. Look at them scrambling everywhere all over the racetrack.
Here comes the 5 car of Alan Phillips. Where did he come from? Coming into turn 3 and 4. They're going to be side by side here. I think that's going to kill both their momentums. And I think Thomas, as long as he can have a decent corner here, he's going to walk it off here. Coming out of turn 4 here. Battled hard the whole race here. And he is going to be victorious at the Brickyard.
The race is for second. I didn't get to see who was in second, but Thomas Wolfe pulls it out. Unbelievable finish to this race. It was worth the 3 hours and 45 minutes. I would love to see that wreck over again. Gordon the Ward is gonna be busy.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna go back and watch this replay of this this 45 wreck here. We'll definitely take a look and see what's going on here. We'll go bar chase here. I mean, they're just using each other up. Let's go through this whole last lap here. They get side by side here, and they were just using each other up this whole lap. Basically, we're gonna see them duke it out here. Get a 45 hit. You see the 94 pinch him down. The 45's like, okay, I'm gonna put you in the wall here. But then he overdrives the corner and allows the 94 to get underneath him.
Wow, what a race.
The 45 underneath.
Right
45 underneath. And he actually, he puts the 94 in the wall, and then he bounces off him. And that's ultimately what ends his race there. I saw a wreck in the back there, but that was for, outside the top 20 there. But we're going to go ahead and watch this 94 burn it down here.
But I'll tell you what, that was hard racing. He dove that car deep into the corner where he shouldn't have. And, the 94 held his ground, and, they just touched, and that was just hard racing, and the 94 got put in the wall. He came off the wall and sent the other car, spinning into the pit area. But incredible win for Thomas Wolfe. And if you look for the points, this is huge. Cody Leach finished 5th, and I believe that might put him into 5th position in the points. And that's important because there's a lot of points that are lost and won tonight. And that guy right there is a very, very happy camper right now. So very proud of him, man. What a great win for Thomas Wolfe.
Well, we're going to go ahead and go through your race results here. Obviously, you see Thomas Wolfe victorious here at the Brickyard 400. What a win. What a battle for that win. Alan Phillips is gonna be take home P2. Where did he come from? Running really outside the top 5 all race, and comes back here for a strong P2. Stephen Carlile P3, Zack Saunders P4, Cody Leach grounds out your top 5, Corey Mott P6, Nathaniel Campbell. Where did he come from? P7. Yeah. Zach Johnson P8, Ray Gill P9, and Nick Vasquez will round out your top 10.
The top 10, and Nick Vasquez, very tough night, and he got involved in that one wreck earlier that really threw him off, and he said he was calling this race, he wanted this race tonight, and you know what, he never gave up on it. And I think the fact that he continued to fight and still was a factor very close to the end after everything, it shows that the kid has some talent, and, like I said, he wasn't being cocky. He was being confident when he was saying it. So it's good to see him, squeeze a top 10 out of that. But if you look at some of the guys that are back here in the top 20 in points on this finish, and, that's some points are getting tossed around. Vince Mitchell, that's a tough hit for him. and Ben Lawson, he had a couple of good runs, and that's kind of a hit for him. Mankey, that's a hit for him in the points a little bit, and I think Mankey was battling with Cody Leach for that fifth position in points. So he's finishing 5 points, 6 positions behind him, and that's pretty decent points night for Cody Leach. So very, very long, tough, brutal night here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Let's start getting our guys up. Let's start getting third place up here in the booth. Let's go talk to the young gentleman.
Yeah, before that, let's finish out our race results here. We see Jonathan Ledger right now in the top 20. You said top 15. I mean, he was close. But
Yeah.
outside there, Michael Deitch, you saw him have trouble at the end. Jim Mott, P22. Yeah, and then a lot of drivers out here like Wyatt Sadler. Not a good race, but 24th, Oscar Jensen. Obviously a heartbreak for him. He was probably the driver to beat. 25th, Stuart Harding Walker. 26th, Tyler Bellinger. 27th, Caleb Uberman Tipton. Garth Griswold. And 28th, Wyatt Sadler. And 29th, and Mason Horror. And P30. Joe Wright is going to be 31st. Jizzle Condor, P32, P33, Ryan Taft. Not a good race for him. Cameron Romano, P34. We saw him with that incident during the start of the race. Xander Short, P35, and Richard Chewy, P36. But while we get ready to drag your drivers in, we'll let Billy do his final remarks, and we're going to go to a commercial break, get everybody in the VC so we can go ahead and interview your top three.
All right. It's a great night. We saw battles all over the track, 4 wide all night long. Just a great, great night. These guys survived it. They earned the top 3, and let's get the business areas taken care of, and let's get these guys up here so we can finish this night.
Yep. So we'll be right back with the commercial break, and then we will get your drivers up here. Back here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you saw Thomas Wolfe take home the victory here, and you see him burning it down here. But let's go ahead and talk to your P3 finisher and see if we can get his car up here. And Stephen Carlile here. See if we can drag him down here. Hey, Steven, it's Christian and Billy up in the HVTV booth. You got a copy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Well, yeah, very up and down race for you. You were kind of leading a couple laps there towards the start of the race, but then kind of, did a little bit of a different pit strategy, kind of fell back. But, you saw a bunch of calamity during those last green white checkers, and all of a sudden you saw yourself in P2 racing for that lead. But Came home a little bit short, but just walk us through the race and walk us through that last finish.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was going to be close on fuel. So there was one caution where I was like, I saw people stay out, and I'm like, they're really cutting it close, especially if we get some overtimes. And yeah, I think Thomas was a lap away from running out. He couldn't make it, and I had pitted, and I took tires, and I started 16th. I was like, all right, I can get through here. And then we had the string of cautions back to back, and I was like picking off two positions at a time on the restart. And then I got stuck somewhere. I don't know. And then I think Alan got into the back of me and going to the corner. I went through the grass, lost a ton of spots there, but I was able to get back up through the field towards the end. And then I was like, I had the fresher tires, but I thought I'd used it all up trying to get through everybody. So, yeah, that last restart, it all just kind of fell into position, and I had a shot. Um, I would have rather have been to the outside of Thomas, but I couldn't get there. So the inside was open, and I had to take it, but I got a little too tight, had to back out of it, and yeah, that was it. It was tough, but it was a good race. Um, Happy with third, honestly, and congrats to Thomas and Alan and everybody else. Top 5, top 10 guys. It was a fun race for sure.
Well, Steve, I actually called that little excursion you were forced into, getting on pit road and then coming on the grass and still being able to save it. I said that was the move of the race, because that was just an unbelievable job. There were so many cars behind you. That could have been a 10-car pileup, and you somehow saved it, and it was impressive. So congratulations on a top 3 finish. We talked before the race. You were pretty confident, but you were still concerned a little bit. And, you know, you almost won it at the end there. A really, really great race. Super congratulations, man. You earned it.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Yeah, before we let you go, is there anybody you want to shout out for this third place finish? Any sponsors, friends, family, anybody watching at home?
Oh man, there's probably nobody watching for me, but I gotta thank the the group the group of organizations that are behind me: veganeasy.org, veganism.social, don'twatch.org, and Little Bear Sanctuary in Punta Gorda, Florida. Um, they stuck around for a couple years now, and still looking for that win, but at least we get them some screen time and some decent finishes.
Well, yeah,
Well, I
definitely.
will tell you. Oh, go ahead,
Well,
bud.
it's a definitely a decent finish for you. I mean, you can't complain about P3 after the race you had today, but I think we're gonna after Billy gives you his last remarks, I think we're gonna let you go and celebrate with your friends and family.
I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
I actually was going to say the same thing that you just said. So it was just
Okay,
a
well,
great comeback, Steve. Great
yeah,
comeback.
yeah. Well,
Thanks.
hopefully we can talk to you sooner or later, and maybe in Victory Lane instead of P3. But enjoy the rest of your night.
I have a good one.
That was your P3 finisher of Steven Carlile here. So let's see if we can get this number 5 car up here and mic'd up in here. Hey, Alan, is Christian and Billy up in the High Velocity TV booth? You got a copy?
I do.
Well, kind of a mystery. Where did he come from at the end there? We're ended up in the top 10 for the most part, but then, with all the calamity happening with the leaders coming out, you kind of took advantage there, and we're there at the end, potentially battling for the win there. So just walk me through your race and walk me through those last couple of laps.
Yeah, being on the bubble of playoffs, I really needed a good points day. So the goal was to, stay in the top 10 for the most part. Did a lot of practice, felt really good about the car, and pretty much executed on what I wanted to do. We stayed up in the top 10, and like you said, a couple of those guys getting in the wall gave me the run down the back, and that's all she wrote from there. Was just trying to see what I could get out of it. Ran Steven pretty hard there at the end, and it's always fun racing him. It's real clean racing with him. I got into him earlier in the race, so I felt bad. So I'm glad he recovered for that. But yeah, all in all, it's exactly what I wanted out of that one. Wish I would have got one more spot, but I'll take it.
Well, Alan, we've seen you a few times this year have incredible speed, and you always seem to have had that car that comes sliding up the track that take you out, or you just had some bad luck. So this has got to be a huge confidence booster for you, finishing second at Indy.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we've had some middle of the season here of a lot of unfortunate, mistakes. Some my end, some of somebody else's, just not getting the finishes I think I was capable of, and so it's especially coming out of the end of the season. That's a good time to start getting my momentum back up. So I'll take a second, and hopefully we can roll it into a couple more. Hopefully a win or two. I'd like to get up there and actually get one.
That's pretty awesome, and congratulations! Just such a great drive for you tonight, man. Very impressive, and again, is Kevin Harvick Award for where did he come from?
I'll take it.
Yeah, good for you. Congratulations.
Before we let you go, anybody you want to shout out for this P2 finish? Any friends, family, sponsors, anybody watching at home?
I'd like to thank my spotter. He left early, but Jay Salmon, he spots for me, does a really good job. And then Nathan, the team owner, for giving me the chance to drive for him. So
Definitely great shout outs there, and like I said, just one spot too short, but a great day for the points, like you said. So hopefully we can talk to you maybe up here in Victory Lane next time.
yeah, hopefully.
Ready? Have a good rest of the night.
You too.
That was your P2 finisher of Alan Phillips, and I think it's time now to talk to the big man upstairs, Thomas. Your race winner here. Let's see if we can get him down here. Hey Thomas, it's Christian and Billy up in the HVTV broadcasting booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Well, you definitely put on a show for the fans at home with you and the 45 duking it out there. But walk us through your race in general, and then walk us through those last couple of laps. What was going through your mind?
Honestly, it was just about qualifying well. I didn't do that, so I was just kind of understanding that I was going to try to run a little bit back from the front and keep it clean, take care of the tires. Had a kind of a bad break on stage one that shuffled me back, bounced back for stage two. I actually thought stage two was over a lap before it finished, so that was fun. I probably could have pulled out a win. I had my nose under Cody there, but yeah, from there it was just honestly, yeah, it was just riding around to see what kind of speed I had at the end. The track was cooling off. I really thought Oscar and Cody were just gonna check out, but I was able to reel them with those laps remaining, and then I watched it back. I don't know what you guys thought in the booth, but watching the seam, I really felt like I was keeping my line going into onto the backstretch there, but it was just a racing incident in my eyes. I thought it was my fault potentially, but I think Cody turned down a little bit early on me. And yeah, end of the race. Those green white checkers. It's just shit's gonna happen. Bumping's gonna happen. It was a fight to the finish after a long race, long clean race. So yeah, great result though. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
We watched the replay, and we definitely agreed that it just looked like a racing deal. You were trying to pinch him up, trying to take advantage of the track that you had, and you definitely turned down just a little bit, tried to cut your nose off, and fortunately, that you got into him, and it just looked like a racing deal. But Billy, any remarks for him?
I mean,
yeah. Tommy, I talked to you before the race, and we even talked about you before the race even started about how you qualified further in the back, and you're one of the guys to watch for tonight. And we, like Christian said, we watched it here in the booth, and it was, in my opinion, a racing incident. And you earned this race. I mean, it doesn't matter about what happened with that incident. you battled back, and you were a fast car all night long, and so don't think of it that way. You spanked the guys tonight at the end of this race, and it was really good to watch. You've had some bad luck this year on so many occasions, and you just won Indy.
Yeah, man, it was a great feeling come across the finish line first. I mean the setup is cracked. Like Raiko setups are absolutely cracked. So that's a large part of that. But yeah, I think I definitely had some luck swing my way with staying clean and staying out of wrecks. So yeah.
Yeah, well, you brought home the big trophy, man. Super congratulations to you. And people are going to be talking about this. Are you going to sleep all right tonight, or are you going to be up for a while?
I might be up for a little bit, but I yeah, I'll be sleeping pretty well.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm going to go to bed because I'm tired. I'm old. So, congratulations, Tommy. You earned it, brother. Congratulations. You just won the Brickyard.
Yep. Thanks, Billy. Thanks, guys. Thanks for sticking around and broadcasting. I know it was a long one, and we weren't exactly sure when it was going to end there at the end, but yeah.
Well,
That was definitely an
so,
interesting race. But before we let you go, any sponsors, any shout outs, any friends and family at home watching you want to shout out?
Just thanks to Raiko for giving me the good cars to drive. Without it, I probably would not have any of the success I've been having. So, uh, thanks to them, and then thanks to the wife for letting me race as always. She's a real crew chief. Um, but yeah, other than that, just thanks to BBR and the guys for helping me out. Zach letting me buy a couple times, but yeah.
it just one more question. You are safe, right? Your wife's not behind you with a hammer or anything making you say that.
I am safe. Yes, thank you for asking, though.
Okay, just want to make sure, man, because I know how my wife gets when the races go late.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wasn't bitching and yelling this time, so she's happy today. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
definitely something to sleep good about. But yeah, once again, congrats. Winning one of the Crown Jewel events. So, but we're gonna let you go celebrate with friends and family, and hopefully you have a great rest of the night.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Good night.
Yep.
whew,
And with that,
wow.
that is your race winner here at the Brickyard. So with that, guys, we're gonna go through and do a race rundown one more time, and then we're gonna go ahead and start packing things up and going night night, as people like to call it. So,
Yeah,
but
I
once
just
again,
uh, sorry about that. Yeah, just what an incredible night. This was a great race. There wasn't an over an abundance of cautions. It was to be expected, and the ending was a banger, which we knew was going to happen. And if you look at that top 10, it says it all. Pretty much those are the top guy. A lot of the top guys, with the exception of a few that just aren't there because there's not enough room. Those are your fastest guys, it seems, every week, no matter where you race. Um, back in ninth spot, Ray Gill. This is a great finish for Ray. Ray's another one of those guys that gets caught up in other people's crap, and it's good to see him, come close to winning this thing. I mean, top nine. I'd be tickled pink with that. Nick Vasquez, he has battle scars from tonight. He's been through heck and back. The 8 car wasn't smooth for him. There's not one car in that top 10 that didn't have something happen to him tonight.
I definitely agree. I mean, everybody battled through adversity with Thomas, Alan, Steve, Zach, Cody, Corey, Nathaniel, Zach, Ray, and Nick. But yeah, I mean, everybody went through some adversity here. But adversity, my apologies.
Yeah.
But yeah, Steven P11 had a pretty solid race going up and just couldn't put the pieces together at the end. Ben Lawson, Cody Portal, Vince Mitchell, Joe Gibbons, Nick Cordova. We really thought he was in the driver's seat before those cautions
Yeah.
came out. But
Yeah.
still, top 16, I mean, with what it was. Noah Hamilton, pretty decent race for him. Tommy Carroll Jr., Really quiet all race, but we came back there. Justin Bell, pretty decent recovery from getting spun out. And then Jonathan Ledger, top 20 finish. That's a really good finish for him. So
Yeah, yeah. I would be tickled pink with the top 20 here in India.
mhm.
I'd be jumping up and down doing cartwheels.
Yeah,
Uh,
Michael Deitch gonna come home 21st. Jim Mott 22nd. Henry Kaloff 23rd. Oscar Jensen, tough break for him. Had probably the winning car after some of the front runners got taken out, but they're gonna finish a lap down 24th. Stuart Harding Walker 25th, 2 laps down. 26th is Tyler Bellinger. 27th Caleb Uberman tipped in. 28th Garth Griswold. 29th White Sandler. Mason Hoover. That was at your top 30. And then rounding out the rest of the field out of the race, just tough luck for all these guys. Joe Wright, the 61 of Condor, Ryan Taft, Cameron Romano, Xander Short, and Richard Cheery. Just all tough races, but I mean that's Indy for you. You either prevail or you get eaten up at this track. So definitely not something surprising about that. But besides that, guys, I think that is a wrap for the race. But thank you guys so much for coming out and watching the broadcast. Thank you so much for all the new follows for this stuff. Really appreciate it. Once again, got to give a huge shout out to the people from my personal side. Thank you guys so much from the Crown Jewel community and everybody for giving me an opportunity to come in here and broadcast for you guys. Thank you for Corey for being. Yeah, I very appreciate the opportunity. This high velocity team has just gotten up on his feet, and I really had a great time doing that. But once again, huge shout out to Circuit for sponsoring the league. Huge shout out to all the sponsors for the league. They couldn't do it without you guys. And a huge shout out to the fans at home. Huge shout out to the drivers because we couldn't put on this broadcast without you guys. But Billy, thank you for being here and being a part of the broadcast. I really appreciate it. And I had a great time calling this race with you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. It was an honor, and I thank you for being the producer because I know I certainly can't do it. But awesome job. We'd love to have you again, and we'll look forward to working with you again, bud.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. But for everybody here at the High Velocity Studios, we will see you guys soon. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. So peace out, everybody.
Have a good night. Whew.